Good morning. The September 26th, 2025 Select Budget Committee meeting will come to order. It is 9:30 a.m. I'm Dan Strauss, Chair of the committee. Council President Nelson is excused. And if the clerk wants to call the roll.
Councilmember Rivera,
Present.
Councilmember Saka,
Here.
Councilmember Solomon,
Here.
Councilmember Hollingsworth,
Present.
Councilmember Juarez,
Here.
Councilmember Kettle,
Here.
Councilmember Rink,
Present.
Chair Strauss.
Present.
8 present.
Thank you. We have 4 presentations on the agenda today. During our first session, we will have the Office of Planning and Community Development, followed by the Office of Sustainability and Environment. And to round out the morning session, we'll have the Seattle Parks and Recreation Department. In the afternoon session, we will take a break, likely around 1 p.m. If we need to break, if we're able to break earlier, we will, but we will start back up no matter what at 2 p.m. with a presentation from the Seattle Department of Transportation. So before we begin, if there's no objection, the agenda will be adopted. Seeing no objection, the agenda is adopted. Moving right into the first item of business, thank you for already taking the table. If the clerk, will you please read the short title into the record?
Agenda item 1, the Office of Planning and Community Development.
Wonderful. We're joined by Director Rico Kirandongo, Melissa Wilkie of OPCD, as always, Director Dan Eater of the City Budget Office. I'm going to turn it over to you. Feel free to take it away from here. Thank you.
Great. Thank you, Chair Strauss. Dan Eater with the City Budget Office. Pleased to begin the phase of your deliberations that involve departments coming to present their budget and answer questions that you may have as you get started in reviewing the mayor's proposed budget for 2026. With that, I'll kick it over to the Office of Planning and Development, Community Development.
Good morning.
And as always, a friendly public service announcement from the chair. Please get the microphones as close to your mouth as possible.
Yes.
Otherwise, the viewing public can't hear as well as
me.
us.
Can you hear me okay?
Yes, and those microphones, you can move them all around
Yeah.
so you don't have to bend over or anything like that. Go for it.
Well, good morning, council members. Good morning, Chair. Thank you for having us this morning. We are obviously the first of many departments and offices that we'll be presenting to you over the course of the next few business days. We are happy to kick it off for the Office of Planning and Community Development. Next slide. So as you know, OPCD was established in 2015, and we are the citywide planning function for the city. And we also engage in implementation of everything that we do that's related to planning and land use, and working with our other departments and community in that regard. OPCD coordinates with the departments to ensure that development decisions and investments advance equitable growth consistent with the Seattle's comprehensive plan. And thank you for all the work that you're doing related to the comprehensive plan presently. OPCD co-chairs the Capital Subcabinet alongside the Capital Budget Office as we make policies and investments that support all of our communities, including our BIPOC residents and organizations and department. Excuse me. So OPCD is broken out into 4 divisions. So we have our Equitable Development Initiative Division, our Long Range Planning Division, our Community Planning Division, and then our Land Use Policy and Strategic Initiatives. We also house the 2 independent commissions, the Design Commission and the Planning Commission. We also staff the Equitable Development Initiative Advisory Board. The priorities that you see in front of you are in large part consistent over the last 5 years. Every year we modify them a little bit depending on what's in the portfolio and on the docket and in the budget. So as you all know, we're deep into the work related to the comprehensive plan major update. And again, thank you for all of your work there.
Can you speak a little bit louder or
Sure,
closer to the mic?
sure.
I would say adjust that microphone so it's just right. Mick Jagger today.
Yeah.
There you are. Thank you. Thank you.
Sound Transit 3, the stationary planning, which we're working closely with SDOT in that regard, as well as with Sound Transit staff. Our Equitable Development Initiative, where we put out $20 million a year, plus or minus, for BIPOC-led community-owned projects across the city. We are working on a portfolio of 7 sub-area plans that are required by Puget Sound Regional Council. So we're currently hoping that we will have a couple of those to present to you next year. The Downtown Activation Plan, our portion of it at least, in cooperation with many departments across the city and the mayor's office. And then a new addition to this list is our work at North Aurora, our Northern Lights community planning work. Next slide. So you will all recall that September 24th of last year, we provided a report to you regarding the EDI program to date, and that report included a number of recommendations regarding how we might make program and process improvements. In August, we kicked off our 2025 RFP, and that will be, actually we just closed the RFP and have a large number of applicants, as we have every year. We are focusing that RFP on getting projects toward completion and new shovel-ready projects. Very excited to report that since the report that we issued on September 24th of 24, that we have moved from 9 projects completed and in operation to 20 projects completed and in operation. So we heard the council loud and clear that we needed to do everything that we could to help community to expedite projects and see them through to completion, and we think that process is working. Next slide. So looking ahead, we're very excited that the 2026 EDI program budget is at a record level this year, or next year, exceeding $29 million. We will be working very closely with the EDI Advisory Board regarding the development of the 2026 RFP, as well as looking at continued process improvements. One of the things that we're working on in 26 is in partnership with Seattle IT to build out a permanent program management database that will allow us to do improved reporting, monitoring, and evaluation. Next slide. And so with that, I will hand off to Melissa Wilkie, who is our OPCD's finance manager.
Great. Let me see if I can get this one right. Good morning, council members. With that great context on OPCD, I'll take us into the budget slides. This is our high-level summary of OPCD's proposed budgets, overall budget numbers from the 2025 adopted and 26 endorsed budgets to the 2026 proposed budget, which we're discussing today. The 2026 proposed budget is about a 2% overall increase from this current year's budget. Our FTE count remains the same from current year at 50.5, although there's some movement within that count, and we'll discuss that in greater detail in the coming slides. One thing you might notice in our budget pages, but not on the slides, is that we have unfunded one of our vacant positions for 2026, and that is not reflected here on the FTE counts because we've retained the pocket. The slide shows a high-level summary of the position changes that happened within OPCD's 2026 proposed budget. Again, we started with 50.5 FTE in 2025, also 2026 endorsed. The proposed budget transfers 2 positions out of OPCD to other departments. This is in alignment with program priorities and program needs. It transfers in 1 filled position from another department for similar program alignment reasons. And it also adds 1 new position for station area planning and station area reviews to the Seattle Design Commission. So that takes us from 50.5 FTE all the way back to -2 +2, and again, ends at 50.5 FTE. And I'll walk through each of those adjustments. This slide shows the 2 positions that are transferring out of OPCD. We have 2 positions. They are filled, both strategic advisors who are currently already on loan to other departments. The 2026 budget will officially transfer those pockets and the individuals to the departments that they are currently on loan to. And that aligns their work functions and the operating functions with the departments that hold that body of work, and creates efficiencies for both departments. These transfers include our Duwamish Valley Strategic Advisor, who will be moving officially to OSE, as well as a community capacity building position, who will be transferring officially to the Department of Neighborhoods. On our next slide, we discuss a position and a program that will be transferring into OPCD. And if we start with the program, this change in 2026 will transfer the Major Institutions and Schools program, which currently sits in the Department of Neighborhoods, to OPCD. Similarly to the other changes, this is for program alignment reasons. The Major Institutions and Schools program aligns very well with our long-range planning division, which really looks at regulation of growth and development, and provides some additional support and alignment with long-range planning activities. That program will remain the same. It comes with 1 FTE staff person who will be transferring to OSE and will continue their same body, OPCD, will continue their same body of work. And finally, the last position change is a new position for the Seattle Design Commission in 2026 and 2027 to support sound transit-related station area design reviews. Our next 2 slides discuss the non-labor budget changes for OPCD's budget in 2026. The first one is $250,000 allocation to fund activation activities in the North Aurora corridor. This is related to the Northern Lights planning project. And this includes funding for near-term community-focused investments and activation activities. The second non-labor addition in OPCD's budget is a $200,000 allocation to develop a process and a funding plan for the Equity Housing Fund that was recently announced, that will help guide additional housing investments in the out years.
And that concludes our presentation.
Thank you. Councilmember Solomon, as chair of the Land Use Committee, I'll turn the floor over to you. I've got a number of questions, so if folks need a moment to gather more thoughts, I've got some things to ask. But with that, I'll turn it over to you, chair of the Land Use Committee, Councilmember Solomon.
All right, thank you very much, Chair Strauss. I actually just wanted to dive in real quick, and for those who may be watching online, watching us, tell us a little bit more about Northern Lights.
Sure. So you may have heard a number of months ago in a speech to the community, the mayor spoke very clearly about a priority that the city needed to place on looking at all of the activities and the community being affected along the corridor, North Aurora. SDOT was already engaged in a planning process and an improvement process in North Aurora, and OPCD was walking alongside SDOT regarding that work. With the prioritization identified by the mayor's office, OPCD is now leading a interdepartmental team, which includes not only the existing departments that I've named, but also SPD, mayor's office, and others, to look at the impact of existing street closures, the potential street closure at 104th, public safety issues, but then also needs of the existing small business owners, residents, community members, not only related to activities happening on the ground in real time, but what does the community look like over time in the next 5 to 10 years. And so there is a small consideration there, which may be a land use component also, but that would be something that would be in a future action, land use action.
Okay. All right, thank you for that, because what I'm hearing is a holistic approach to address conditions on the ground, both from a social standpoint, a human services standpoint, a public safety standpoint, as well as a development standpoint. So
yes, that's a very good summary.
Cool. Last question I have for you before I turn it back over to the chair. I see when we're talking about the EDI initiatives, it looks like there's going to be more money in that bucket for community organizations to take advantage of those funds and to apply to tap into those.
Yes, and just as a point of clarification, it's not in this presentation, but it's something that certainly we will prepare after the budget has been passed. That the $29 million that we referred to in that slide includes operations budget and some maintenance and consultant line items beyond just the 2026 RFP itself. So we'll be able to present a breakdown of those numbers at a later date.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Director. I yield back to you, Chair.
Thank you. I see a number of hands already up. Councilmember Joy Hollingsworth, followed by Councilmember Rivera, and then Councilmember Rink.
Thank you, Chair Strauss. Thank you, OPCD, and Director Kitty Dongo. Thank you for showing us your presentation. Love the work that OPCD does. 2 questions I had. One of them is last year, and if I remember correctly, it was Councilmember Moore and Councilmember Rivera co-sponsored, Councilmember Moore sponsored, Councilmember Rivera co-sponsored. There was a directive or a request to ask OPCD to develop a plan for the EDI, but to include a small business like economic development piece. Just wanted to know if that was going to be, continue to be expanded on. I know it's really important when I'm talking to folks. A lot of the nonprofits are trying to figure out like a economic arm, or we call it a social enterprise, to keep funding what they're doing and trying to mix up some of their revenue sources. So just wanted to know if that was still in the works.
So, excuse me, thank you for the question, Councilmember Hollingsworth. So we have transmitted a response to the statement of legislative intent related to that small business consideration. I think we submitted that a month ago. I will look it up on my laptop to get the exact date.
We can find it and forward it.
And
Thank you. Oh, sorry. Go ahead, Director. My bad.
going to say, and we can forward that to you as well, just so you have it in your inbox.
Thank you. That would be super helpful. Thank you so much. And then the second question I had, well, it's just more of a comment, just thanking you for the report. that you all sent down for the EDI stuff, that was helpful because then I was able to go through org by org and reach out and be like, hey, what do you all need for, to get this started? Is it connection? Is it technical assistance? And try to pair them with the necessary resources to continue the projects to move forward. So just wanted to thank you all for that report as well. So I will stop there. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera, followed by Councilmember Rink.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Councilmember Hollingsworth. I was going to ask about that too, so I really appreciate you bringing that up. Can you give us high level, Director Kiringdongo, what is included in the slide, just so the public also has the benefit of the information you sent to us? Are there some key high level things you can share now?
So I don't have the executive summary in front of me. I think that to be clear, the work that we do at OPCD is largely focused, at least as it relates to improvements in community through our EDI program, and Office of Economic Development, who we worked with in partnership regarding the development of this SLI response, is really the subject matter expert related to small business investments. And so we kind of outline what we understand those investments are currently, and then a little bit of forward thinking about what we think that could look like in the future. While we are sitting at the table, I will pull up the executive summary, and maybe I can give you a couple other high-level bullet points.
That would be helpful, Director. I know some of these EDI projects have an economic development piece to it, so I think this is the whole point of why former council member Moore and I requested the slide to begin with, because we wanted to see how that was going to play out on the ground. And to Councilmember Hollingsworth, there are a lot of folks on the ground, small businesses that are trying to participate also in the program, and the needs of those small businesses are not incongruous with what we understand the projects to be that are part of this program. I will say last year, as you know, I had concerns about the number of programs and those programs not being further along in the process, given this program started, I believe, in 2015 or so?
2015, yes.
2015. And you currently have how many projects in the pipeline or that have applied?
So we have 75 projects in the pipeline and 20 that are complete.
So 20 of the 75 since 2015. So that's in 10 years. And so, yeah, I'd love to, and so this was my concern last year, was we have a lot of projects. They're not moving along. The money's there. How can we help these projects move along faster? Because here's the thing I'm worried about. Ideology is great, but what is really great is when we put action and these projects actually open to help community. Just talking about it, that's great, but we have to do it. And so this was my concern, as you know, last year, is a lot of these projects are not moving along fast enough where they're actually going to benefit community. And that's of concern. So I want to hear more about the processes that you all have put into place to help that, because I am really excited to hear that there are 11 new projects that are up and operational. That's music to my ears, but that's still only 20 of 75 projects in the last 10 years. So to Councilmember Hollingsworth's point, what could we be doing differently, more intentionally, more of, I don't know, building more partnerships with maybe private or philanthropic, I don't know. But, it is something that, and I have heard from some of these projects, they need help. So looking forward to getting an update on what those processes are, especially since you're talking about the 2026 RFP. What is being done to really move these projects along faster? because 10 years is a long time. And I'm not saying all of these projects have been around for 10 years. I imagine not, but they have been around for quite a number of years. So anyway, okay, that continues to be the concern.
So Councilmember Rivera, just, I can, if you can take a couple notes, just because I'm making a list now of things I need to follow up via email.
And that's fine, Director. I know colleagues,
Sure.
I don't want to take up all the time, but
Well, all I wanted to say is that, one of our process improvements this year has been to set up additional technical assistance for the existing, both existing recipients of EDI dollars plus technical assistance for folks that are applying, whether they're applying for a second or third round of funding or whether they're a prospective new EDI participant. We went through an RFP process where we identified and qualified a long list of consultants that have expertise in different areas, whether it's real estate, finance, governance, cost modeling, all of those things, so that they could provide those additional resources to EDI partners. And then we have a set aside of dollars that's specifically allocated for additional technical assistance in 2026. And I realize that's at a very high level. I can provide some additional information via email later.
great. Thank you, Director. The last thing I'll ask about EDI is just last year I gave you some feedback that I got from some of the recipients that you used to do a few times a year meetings where you assembled them all together because they could really learn from each other, and there were some helpful information that had stopped, and I had really encouraged you to start that again.
Yeah.
Is that happening now?
So that is something that our EDI team is planning to do. I don't think that and I apologize, I don't think that we've actually had our first one yet. Although I need to double check on that because part of me thinks that we actually did do our first one already. So I will include that in the email response, but we took that to heart. It's something that we knew was really helpful, thinking about, if nothing else, like the cohort of like EDI partners learn from each other as much as from consultants or staff that are brought on board. So we are making certain that that's part of our 2026 work program.
Great. That's important to me because that's something I directly heard from the program recipients themselves, and they also give each other not just like they give each other resources like, hey, I talked to this person, and hook each other up with resources, which I think is really valuable. And so doing that not just once a year, but a couple times a year, whatever it is, but that I would like, I think that's really important. So thank you. And then, Chair, I have a couple other questions, but I know other hands are up, so I'm happy to stop here and then pick it back up after my other colleagues have questions, if you prefer.
Thank you. Councilmember Rink?
Thank you, Chair. And just building on this point around EDI, I think it's tremendously important to emphasize the importance of the EDI program and understanding that we want to make sure that we're supporting the program as much as possible because of its importance. We've seen the impact of the investments in the programs and projects that have been able to stand up in community and how they've become beacons for many. And so making sure that we're supporting the program as much as possible and getting those projects online. I know this body in the governance and accountability meeting a couple weeks ago received a pretty robust presentation based on a slide kind of outlining the OH projects. And we received a lot of information just thematically about what's happening around capital projects broadly, wherein I imagine a lot of those kind of themes around some of the challenges with capital projects are with our OH funded programs, share some of those similarities with our EDI funded programs. And so I would encourage, if there's opportunities to connect, or if there's anything you can speak to that, Director, that would be great to hear.
Yeah, it really is true. the standard amount of time that it takes to get a project from start to finish, just in the normal development and construction environment, is 7 years. And so I think to Councilmember Rivera's earlier point about, like, you know, we've only moved 20 through of the 75. I can't do math quickly in my head, but on a percentage basis, that roughly correlates with like where we would have expected to be at the 7-year mark in terms of our first return on project investments, and then where we would see within 3 years after that. I think that one of the things that we've been able to do related to helping projects move forward more quickly beyond the technical assistance, and this is going to sound silly, but like prioritization just regarding getting them more money for their capital stacks. We have put a prioritization in general on the idea that any of our EDI partners shouldn't be relying on the city only for money, and that they need to be bringing on other financial partners or investors as part of their process. We have realized that in order to get some of these projects across the finish line, and some of it's just been the economic environment that we're in, the cost of construction has increased, all of those sorts of things, that we need to provide a little bit more assistance.
Thank you for that. That's certainly consistent. That 5 to 7 year timeline was certainly illuminating for, I think, all of us when we received that presentation from OH. And I know in my conversations with EDI program participants, I know they're starting to do work and develop those relationships with the Department of Commerce. So many of our EDI programs are also getting state funding and so on. And in that vein, I also want to uplift, it's my understanding the legislation we just passed on Roofs to Roofs will be helpful for a number of our EDI program participants. That
yes.
Consistent, fabulous. Glad that we're taking steps to make sure we're supporting those programs and helping them pencil and getting them going. But shifting gears a little bit, colleagues, I think over the past year, we've all learned how important OPCD is now that we've moved forward in the comp plan. How important it is that OPCD is resourced to do the engagement across neighborhoods and communities around all of the things that we're doing in land use and the comp plan. It's my understanding, and I know we touched on some of the position fund swaps, but it's my understanding that we haven't filled a long-range planner position. And so I'm wondering about the status of that position, if we'll be able to hire that position in the next year, and if not, what the impacts to our OPCD's ability to carry out some of the phase 2 planning work will be for comp plan.
So I appreciate the question, and I want to be careful and accurate about how I answer here. So in consideration of the $150 million shortfall or projected shortfall in the budget, and just trying to figure out places where we could achieve efficiencies, that pocket that you describe is one that remains vacant. We're holding on to that pocket in 2026, but excuse me, as a budget line item, it is currently unfunded. I think that when I look at the docketing resolution for the comprehensive plan, there's a lot of work. There's a lot of work there that we're going to need to figure out how to achieve in the 2026 work plan. So that's something I'm trying to give some consideration to right now.
So hearing this point, are you concerned about the ability to fully implement and evaluate the docket resolution in a timely manner, given current staffing capacity?
I'm aware that the docket has a large number of things in it that were not in our 2026 projected work plan when we put together our component of the 26 budget. So there's some thinking that we need to do there.
Understood. Thank you. Thank you. I understand the sensitivity to this. Building on that point, do you think this will have any impact in our timeline for neighborhood, urban, and regional center zoning updates?
So I feel like, at least as it relates to the supplemental environmental impact statement, the SEIS, that we're in really good shape with that scope of work presently, and the scoping work that we've been doing with the mayor's office. And I feel like, the sub-area plan work and the community engagement work related to that is also tangentially related. So I think that those existing programs we're in pretty good shape on currently. And in 2026, we'll be leaning into a couple of the newer sub-area plans that we've been calling it phase 2, but that will be starting up. So we have a work plan. We have a staffing work plan related to those projects. We don't relate it to what's in the docketing resolution.
Understood. No, thank you for clarifying that. There's a theme to my questions, because now I'm moving to our ability to implement House Bill 1491, better known as transit-oriented development. Any impacts that with current staffing capacity and being able to move forward in implementation of that bill?
So House Bill 1491 is one that the city has a little bit of time on. So we have until 2028 to be compliant with the state. We are looking at the land use actions that are ahead of us, including the SEIS, just to identify where we may have opportunities or where we are already compliant. And so I think that proactively we're moving in the right direction, and I don't anticipate any issues there. And obviously we're in regular coordination with Sound Transit and their TOD team, as well as SDOT related to our station area planning work. So I feel like we have a really strong momentum there.
Good, thank you. And just speaking now broadly about some of the other projects going on, maybe impacts by having this unfilled long-range planner position, do you anticipate any impacts for some of our smaller projects, maybe on OPCD's agenda? I'm thinking about Lake City Community Center, unreinforced masonry, retrofits, upzones in parts of downtown for additional economic development, and updates to other ongoing programs.
You have a very good, you have your hands wrapped around the complexities of our portfolio. There's a lot there. I will just say this transparently. We just had a meeting this morning talking about some of our work program and how we reallocated it to staff, or did a redistribution amongst our existing staff. We have a new community planning manager that is coming on next month. We have our existing EDI division director is out on medical leave currently. And so we certainly have felt the impact of not having the full 50.5 FTEs. I am hopeful hoping to pursue filling those currently vacant seats. And we're also bringing on a couple of interns to help at a lower level of staffing, that we can continue to deliver on all the things that are expected of us right now. But yes, it's complicated, and they're all very important programs. URM which is obviously being led by SDCI. Amanda's doing amazing work there, and we're playing an important support role. So lots of balls in the air.
Thank you, Director Kirinango. Colleagues, my questions come from a place of, we've been asking a lot of OPCD, and we're going to continue to as we move into the next phase 2 on the comp plan. And I know all of our offices have heard loud and clear the need for engagement across the city as we continue in this. And I want to make sure we're upholding that promise to our residents, that we are having department level engagement, our offices engaging as we're continuing this process. And so, I have some reservations just kind of listing through through the huge body of work, our ability to deliver and do fully fulfill on the docket resolution without the filling of that position. So just wanted to state that for the record. And thank you again for being here today and for the information. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thank you. Up next is Councilmember Kettle.
Thank you, Chair Strauss. Following up on Councilmember Rink's point about engagement, I'll start off. Well, first I'll start off with a good morning and welcome, Director Corandongo, Ms. Wilkie, and of course, the ever-present nowadays, Director Eder, and of course, our own central staff, Director Noble. So good morning and welcome. Coming right off that point about engagement, I recognize the bigger picture kind of engagement, but I do want to thank you, Mr. Hubner, and of course Ms. Vallis from the Mayor's office regarding the engagement on the comprehensive plan, at least for D7, because we had multiple meetings talking through the pieces. I do thank you for that, and I also thank you for the Port Maritime angle briefings as well. It's very helpful, and I think we've gotten to a good place for District 7. Obviously we're looking to do a few extra things, but with the threat of a delay and all the impacts of that, obviously we did not go there, as exampled by the Nickerson Neighborhood Center, which I was looking at as a neighborhood village anyways. I recognize that's a term that you do not like because it's not official, but that's my shorthand. I'll put quotes, neighborhood village quotes. So. But again, still thank you because it's helpful in terms of the adjustments, fixes, listening to community through us or and the side. So thank you. Can you bring up slide 5? I'm sorry, I meant or slide 3. Slide 3. So that was going to piggyback off that first bullet. The second bullet, very incredible. So from my perspective is the deconfliction of like the South Lake Union and then the Seattle Center uptown work, because they're so close together that they're going to have, I know mitigation and all these pieces are so important. It's going to be a massive planning headache, but opportunity, and they don't happen in isolation. So they're kind of being talked about in isolation, but on the ground impacts will not be in isolation. And I'll make the plug that we do need to have the Ballard Light extension all the way to Ballard. We're doing all this in terms of regional center and not having, light rail. If the land use and transportation hands are not talking to each other on that front, we're going to have a major problem. And I speak as somebody who's with Puget Sound Regional Council on those pieces there. So that's very important. I also wanted to note the downtown activation plan, which I kind of like to think of as the greater downtown activation plan, because we do have our downtown neighborhood as part of our District 7 Neighborhood Council, but Belltown, South Lake Union, Uptown, then the areas like in Districts 1 and 2, with Pioneer Square, CID, and so forth, we do, and we need to be nimble on that. I've been focused more on the public safety side. And there's other pieces that have a public safety impact, like the SDOT and these other pieces. But your work in this area is super important. And piggybacking off that, Councilmember Strauss, Solomon, looking at Strauss, thinking of Solomon. Councilmember Solomon talking about Northern Lights, Aurora, all the work that we've been doing there and engaging across the board. It does have to be that comprehensive piece. It can't be just like what's happening with SPD or through our SOAP legislation, with the More We Love and other groups that are coming in and assisting, but the SDOT piece, because I knew I was there. Closing the street end made a big difference. And so those pieces are so important, but having a comprehensive, make sure that everything is going in the same direction and not kind of veering off is very important. So thank you for and the mayor for everything along the Northern Lights. And I just wanted to end, I know like long-range community planning and development, there's a lot of pieces like the EDI discussion and so forth, but sometimes we have to take care of job 1, 2 because of the massive impacts of how it impacts our revenue, for example. And I think about the commercial real estate occupancy, rates. I think of, some of this goes to the public safety pieces, like the storefront repair and then activation, like the small pieces. This is part OED as well.
Yes.
So I should note that as well. But we have to be thinking bigger picture too. When I say bigger picture in terms of the more traditional, because like for the example this morning, I've learned that I'm losing even more District 7 Starbucks, to include where this came from this morning. And that's going to have major pieces. And this is on top. I used to get constant updates on these pieces, engagement with Starbucks Direct, and I did not get any on this. But with the recent pieces, like Fifth University, all these different areas around downtown, the greater downtown, and District 7 specifically, and then added, Uptown's lost it. If you don't count the Armory, which is a little separate, Seattle Center. But you know, these pieces, so I think we have to sit back and engage and say, okay, what's going on here? Is this bigger picture, or is there city pieces? And if there is city pieces, hey, let's have the engagement. Let's have a discussion. I would be more than happy to join the mayor and go down to District 1 and say, hey, and this kind of work could be influential in terms of other areas of business here in the city too. And I just say this because, you know, momentum builds momentum, I always say, in a positive way with public safety, but momentum can also build momentum in a negative way. And I think, you know, taking care of some of these pieces are important. I recognize this is partnership with OED and so forth, but we need to ensure all these pieces because, you know, yes, let's do EDI and so forth, but if we're going to start talking about revenue, we have to take care of job one. So thank you. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you,
again for coming.
Thank you, Councilmember Kettle. Any response you want to share?
Yeah, I guess the only thing I would say, Councilmember Kettle, I agree with everything that you just stated, and I also think that like the balance, right, of small business investments, activation of storefronts, activation of public and improvements of public right-of-way, plus what happens on the private side, development of our, not just our business district, but conversion of office buildings into residential and getting more like people into downtown, not only for activation, but also as it relates to our general fund. Like that is all the work. And I would say that OED and OPCD are very much in lockstep with each other regarding those considerations. And how that hits our budgets. But I appreciate the reflections.
Thank you. Again, thank you for coming. You too, Ms. Wilkie.
And thank you, Councilmember Kettle. I'm not a tattletale, so I will not tell John that you didn't stop by the coffee cart this morning.
Actually, I already left my card with my team, so something from John was probably coming this way within. Now that this has come up, I'm sure it's going to happen before 11.
Economic activity in the works. Councilmember Saka, I see you have your hand raised. You are recognized.
Thank you, Chair. And Director Kirindango, thank you so much for being here today. Really appreciate this initial overview of the department's very complex budget proposal, but very important as well. And also, want to shout out you and the entire OPCD team on the work that you led over a few years that your department directly led and then kicked it off, handed it off to us and the council on the comp plan. And I recognize the hard work and the contributions of so many within the department. I know that's a long, complex effort, but it did not go unrecognized and unappreciated. Certainly, despite some of the policy decisions and discussions that we had here and over the course of phase one and will continue to have, that doesn't mean that I don't personally, in my office, my constituents personally recognize the hard work and tremendous contributions and selfless service that went into that whole effort, and also that will go into implementing our recent policy decisions on phase one and phase two going forward as well. So in any event, really appreciate that. The second thing, just want to note is had a terrific meeting the other day, earlier this week, with check-in meeting with the Duwamish Tribal Services in my district, and great conversation. They mentioned you and that they had a fantastic meeting with you, earlier this year as well. And as an aside, if my office hasn't already followed up, we will. But about participatory budget, it is a high priority of my office that we expedite implementation of that and writing appropriate checks, especially for those projects and programs and recipients that went through the participatory budget process multiple times. In the Duwamish Tribal Services case, they were on the original list a few years ago, and then in our revised, restructured list, they were there last year as well. So in any event, we can talk offline about that, but I do appreciate your work, and they gave you some special shout out and praise. So
Thank you.
Wanted to share that publicly. And then the third and final thing is, want to also acknowledge some good initial progress as well on EDI. And I think the data that you shared earlier today reflects a strong commitment by the department to collectively make better progress on some of these EDI commitments. And you shared some collaboration language as part of that update. You said, we heard you, council, loud and clear, and that's why, here's when we released that report in September, we were at this date, and today we're at this date. Acknowledging, of course, that it's continuing ongoing work. And I think the comments from my colleague, Councilmember Rivera, were pretty spot on in terms of additional opportunities that are needed. That said, it does not mean that the department has not led great work in implementing some good course corrections, I think, because it's not just about slapping each other high fives and getting warm fuzzies when we write the check. We need to make sure that we spend the money and it actually has an impact on these impacted communities. And so, but I do want to acknowledge that terrific initial progress, recognizing, of course, that there's a continuing ongoing opportunity to do more. And so I appreciate your collaboration language. I hear, this is what we've done. And I also want to send a special thanks and acknowledge some great leadership by my colleague, Councilmember Rivera, who led that effort on behalf of the council. And I don't remember all the ins and outs and twists and turns of that, but I remember it being spicy. And I also remember there being a fair amount of confusion around the original purpose and goals of that underlying effort. And I also remember my colleague being unfairly attacked, in some cases based off of race, which, check your privilege. And white saviorism in the city of Seattle in particular is real. But it's not just about writing the check and slapping high fives. We need to have the impact, the intended impact. And that's not as sexy and glamorous and showy as writing the initial check. But I appreciate the department's work because we're here. I think that was a good exercise, and I want to applaud Councilmember Rivera because, in my view, that was leadership, and it was a good exercise of our council oversight, fiduciary responsibility. Recognizing an opportunity, not a problem, recognizing an opportunity before it gets to a damning audit, and in any event. Just want to acknowledge those truths, including the great work by the department. So thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Saka. Councilmember Juarez, I see you have a hand.
Thank you. Yeah, I'll be quick. Just to thank you to the director and all the work we did in the past. And particularly you and your staff director on the light rail on 130th and the charrettes that you did and OPC did, the Northgate Commons, the work that you continue to do. We had an update from Seattle Housing Authority, and I understand it went from 4 stacks to 6 stacks of housing, which I'm excited about. Your continuing work at Fort Lawton. And just on a more personal note, I want to thank Councilmember Moore and Rivera for the work that they did on the North Aurora corridor and the issues that we have up north there. But just in general, Director, we've known each other for a while. The fact that your shop, and I watched you move all the way up to where you're at now in the last 8-9 years, that you hit transit, that you hit density, that you hit housing, that you hit jobs. I think one thing that you did, and former Director Asafa, is you really reconfigured, reimagined purposely and deliberately what good land use policy should look like for a community. You've always had these discussions about what is all the good stuff the good and meaningful ingredients that we should be pouring into any community, any neighborhood, and any zip code. And so I've watched you work and do that work, and I just want to commend you. And I know that we have work ahead of us. I was around when we sold the EDI or the land across the street, the EDI and the fund and where it was going. And I know that that took up a lot of time and resources. And I want to also thank Councilmember Rivera because she did bring up some issues. I wasn't on council when, as Councilmember Saka pointed out, and thank you, Councilmember Saka, for making those powerful and honest words, because I think it's important that we're just honest here. Is that a lot of programs, and I know the contracts and the projects, that I don't think there's anything wrong with asking, if we handed you millions of dollars, where are you at right now? I don't think that makes you a bad person. I think it makes you a responsible person, but also for that organization to build capacity and get shovel ready for brick and mortar projects and move forward on this stuff. And it's more of a, it's more just to help. And I was hoping that I was on the sidelines kind of watching this play out. And I guess I was a bit disappointed because just because you ask these questions doesn't mean that you have some ill will or intent. It's, we all are on the same team here. We want to see things happen. We want to see projects go forward. We want to see this brick and mortar laid. We want to see buildings and things done that we can point at any kind of economic engine or building or art place or community center or whatever and say, I helped do that. And this is a part of my community that makes it better. So with that, I look forward to working with you and thank you for your presentation this morning. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Juarez. Colleagues, any other questions? Otherwise, I'm going to dig in.
Yes, but I'm happy to go after you if you want.
Yes, please. We are going to have folks I haven't spoken yet this morning, so I'm going to take this up. Director Kirandongo, good to see you. And no, I'm not going to sing you a song to try to persuade you to implement any of the projects that I'm about to talk about. But I remember those were good days that we had together. They were tough days. I just want to do a little bit of overview for colleagues. Colleagues, I am currently using both the 6-year look back that central staff produced this year, as well as the 5-year look back that central staff produced last year. This is really helpful information because, just looking at these two documents, it really describes the story of EDI in a lot of ways. And I'll read from the budget book in just a minute about that. And we'll go into that history in just a minute. But this is a public service announcement for colleagues. My office sent out the digital versions yesterday just as a reminder. We were not able to have a presentation about the 6-year look back in the Finance Committee this year. It was attached to the agenda. It's a great document. I suggest using it. So looking at this document right here, it is clear to me that you mentioned your 50.5 employees, but you're down a few because people have life, right? And in 2019, you had 44 employees. Today, even in the 2026 proposed, you have 50.5, even with the transfers that are going on right now. Is that a correct understanding of your department today? And I heard you mention that, and I'm sorry, I was taking notes on something else. You're holding a position that is not funded. Can you remind me the title of that position? Is that the senior planner?
So that is a position on our long-range planning team. So that's a strategic advisor one.
Thank you. Colleagues, I want to just share that this was a year where layoffs were considered again across the entire city. The choice was made, and I appreciate the choice, Director Eder, and to the mayor, to not engage in layoffs. Another policy was included, which was abrogating positions so that we can attend to the structural budget in the future. I know that I shared these words because it may look bad that we have a position remaining that is unfunded because it cannot do the work. In the broader context of today's budget, that position may very well have been abrogated using the policies. And so I see that the mayor's team understands the importance of that position so that we don't have to come back and reauthorize a position in the future, and that we have tough decisions to make. So just as throughout this entire budget process, you're going to be seeing me talk about the difference between the structural issues and the current issues. And so while this is not adding to our funding expenditures in the short term right now, it does still add up to a structural, it adds to the structural issues in 2027. Director Noble, do I have that correct, or because it's unfunded, we're not adding this to the structural in 27?
If it's unfunded, the assumption is that it will stay unfunded, so it generally is not part of the forecast deficit. Filling those positions would be additional cost.
Thank you for that helpful understanding, because colleagues, as you know, we talked about yesterday with the compression of wage changes in any position or keeping any position, that adds up quickly over time. I'm going to jump into the comprehensive plan section. From my understanding of reading your budget book, you have the staffing and the planning, because again, this is the second year of the endorsed. So most of the work that we did was last year. This year is really making those changes that has happened between this year and last year. One of those changes is that we added a lot more information to the comprehensive plan document, et cetera. Just want to come back to you and colleagues, really candidly, the mayor's team and the CBO were developing their budget in August. And so the changes that we made in the comprehensive plan this last month in no way, shape, or form could have been represented in this budget. Like, there's no one's doing anything weird. We just asked for more study last week. And so I just want to, it's my correct understanding that the budget that you have planned for is one that was based upon the activity that had occurred up until July, August of this year regarding the comprehensive plan. Is that a correct understanding?
Yes, broadly speaking.
Thank you. Thank you. I want to jump into, the urban and regional center planning that we have yet to do. I know in last year's budget there was added funding for regional center planning. Are there any positions, or are there any regional centers that don't have the staffing or the planning money for them at this time?
No, I would say that we are adequately staffed related to the regional center planning work. As you know, that represents a multi-year process. We have three of those plans that are well in hand, and 3 additional ones that we're going to be leaning heavily into. I would also say, it's an aside, but we also have the 2 mix. And so those are ones that Jim is working on in our office as well. We don't generally refer to them when we're talking about the regional center plans, but they're also plans that will come before the council as amendments, as part of an annual amendments package to the comprehensive plan.
Let me just check real quick in with you. It was my understanding when we started the comprehensive plan work that the Office of Planning and Community Development was not proposing any changes to industrial, maritime, manufacturing, industrial centers because of the work that was completed in 2023. Am I now hearing that next year we will be taking up changes to the manufacturing and industrial centers?
No, so what I would say is that you're 100% correct. The adoption of legislation in July of 23 represented, in some ways, a first stage of action related to land use. If we look at comprehensive plan for the whole city, we were actually working proactively. So basically, we did our land use action for our industrial lands first, ahead of everything else. On the back end, Pugetson Regional Council, as of 2019, now requires cities to do if the comprehensive plan is looking at a 50,000-foot level of the city, the sub-area plans look at a 10,000-foot level. The sub-area plan work for our regional centers, as well as our 2 manufacturing and industrial centers, will just, at that 10,000-foot level, talk about how are we implementing, how are we ensuring that we hit the jobs number that we indicated that we would for each center, as well as it relates to the regional centers anyway, the housing numbers that are projected for each center. So it's not about an additional land use action. It's just about documentation of, frankly, an implementation plan.
Thank you. That's very helpful. Checking in about so we've talked about regional centers, manufacturing, industrial centers, urban centers. We have a lot more this year. Are we
24.
well staffed? Are we well prepared to do that engagement, to do that planning?
Yes. Yes.
Okay. And the conversation of the cost of mailing notices came up in the comprehensive plan meeting just last week. It was reported to us at that time that sending one citywide mailer would be about $500,000. Is that a generally correct understanding?
I know that number has been put out there. I will be honest to say that, like, I haven't seen a physical cost estimate. Has not been put on my desk, but it is a large number.
So I'm going to be asking for that through SharePoint, and I'm not going to be patient with waiting for my response, just really candidly, since this was information that was presented to us last week when we were making final decision-making numbers. And if we're understanding that the numbers are a little bit fungible, I need to dig into that. That's where the patience is exhausted at jump. But I was asking that because I was about to dig into why I think that number might not be accurate. And so what my understanding was last week is that one citywide mailing with the same content would be about $500,000 for across the city. But that does not take into account if we need to send a follow-up mailer if things have changed. And this was the point that I was making last week, which is from inception of the One Seattle Comprehensive Plan to today, it has changed, I want to venture to say 5 to 10 times, 5 to 8 times. I mean, if you look at all of the different iterations, and so to send a mailer at each set of those changes or each stage of those changes would start adding up quickly. And I don't know that $500,000 is an accurate number. I do believe, and speaking to the residents of the city, that there is a desire that they receive some sort of notice by mail at some point or at a number of different check-in points. And so beyond just asking how much does it cost to send everyone one set of information in the mail, I know that other departments, I've recently received letters in the mail from other departments as well. And I just want to dig in a little bit further to say, if we're sending out, how much more does it cost to send out neighborhood-specific mail, right? Because if Whittier Neighborhood Center is getting information about the Delridge Neighborhood Center and vice versa, they're going to be really confused. And I come down to this point because I heard neighbors saying, well, why wasn't this written about in the newspaper? Well, there were articles in the newspaper in every publication about the One Seattle Comprehensive Plan, but they didn't track it because they didn't understand it was about their block. And I think that's where the request for the mailings comes in. And so as I'm developing, now I'm going to ask you the question because I'm putting you on the spot. What other questions do I need to be asking and thinking about as I'm making my requests to have mailings sent out?
Councilmember, I know we can follow up with you offline. I think there's something on the order of 300,000 households. We will look at what the cost is of producing the materials and what the mailing costs are. I think they're probably less than a regular stamp for mailing because you do it in a bulk mail situation. But I don't want to riff here at the staff table. I'd rather just get you the answer to the information you're looking for.
Okay, I am going to put Director Kirandongo on the spot a little bit more because my question really is do we need to be sending these mailers by district? But even that is too high level. Do we need to be sending it just by neighborhood center or urban center? Are we doing it by zip code? And maybe this is where I'll put this in SharePoint, but these are the questions that I'm trying to understand better. And how do we share this information with Seattleites who are busy with their kids, with their parents, with their jobs, with their extracurricular activities, and just are not the ones who are land use geeks, like so many of us, that are going to seek out the comprehensive plan. So that's going to be my line of questioning for you in SharePoint.
Roger that.
Next part of that question is, how do we leverage other departments more and better? One of the things, and I wrote that question before I had noticed all of the transfers in and out of your department. I say that because Department of Neighborhoods has a robust community engagement arm. How are we leveraging their work? You know, how are we leveraging?
Which we partner with them.
Yeah, absolutely. But are there other ways that we can be leveraging departments? You know, do we need to start putting out informational advertisements? I've seen the One Seattle Comprehensive Plan flyers at the neighborhood service centers. They got put up and never got taken down, so they're a year and a half old and they're still up. But like what are we leveraging? Seattle Parks and Recreation? Are we leveraging the libraries? How are we leveraging the other departments in our city to get the information out about the One Seattle Comprehensive Plan?
Yeah. You're asking that as a question.
Yes, I am. And if you need to put it in the future to say, how do we do this better, I'm happy to take that answer as well.
So I think that would be a yes and. So obviously with Department of Neighborhood specifically, we have spent a substantial amount of money working with the CBOs through DON, as well as just community partners. And that was through the earlier phases of the process. I think that there is a good conversation to have about in 2026, what does continued engagement look like, both for the next phase of legislation that's coming, but then also the community engagement that we're queuing up for the SEIS, the community engagement that we will be doing for both publication of a draft of the downtown sub-area plan and then moving from draft to final, as well as all of the other sub-area plans. So there is a lot of community engagement that is slated for next year, and I think that right now a lot of the engagement that we're looking at is cross-departmental and is a combination of digital outreach, emails, open houses, like we have one coming up for Graham Street. Like, actually, I think we just did that. No, it's this weekend. So there's a lot of tools in the toolkit, and so I think your question about, what is the role of traditional snail mail, I call it, in that outreach, I think it's the right question. I don't have a direct answer for you because I don't have a direct plan related to all of those different pieces of program elements. So we've noted the question, and it's something that we'll come back to you with some consideration regarding how we would think about rolling it out and what the numbers look like.
Thank you, Director. And I'll leave you with this ask, which is that everyday people in Seattle have very busy lives, and the work that your office does impacts the built environment which they experience every day. And because they have busy lives and aren't necessarily land use geeks like so many of us, it is important that we go out of our way to get in front of them where they are, rather than asking them to come to us to seek that information. And I say, in the leveraging of departments, I say this because so many of our departments touch people's everyday lives. Everybody uses a road, a sidewalk, or something within the Department of Transportation. Everyone's using City Light and SPU. Most people are using the Parks Department. Most people are using the library. Many people are benefiting from Department of Education and Early Learning. The list goes on and on and on. And so how do we leverage these already existing avenues of everyday Seattleites engaging with our city government to leverage your work and information? I'm going to end that section with a thank you. And so just kind of going back to your overview of the entire department since 2019, OPCD's employees have increased by 6.5, and this is coming back to the comprehensive plan because in this year's comprehensive plan, in the last comprehensive plan, the word indigenous was used 5 times. In this comprehensive plan, Tim Lehman is still getting me the number of how many times it's been used, but I can tell you it's more than 5. Part of that is because of these 6.5 employees. The increase in the employees is attributed to the expansion of the Equitable Development Initiative, the staff dedicated to Indigenous planning, and the implementation of the Duwamish Valley Action Plan. So I note that because it is good we are now making a structural change in how we do the comp plan to do it better. I will use this moment as my soapbox to say Seattle Department of Transportation has done a better job of attending to Vision Zero by having their Vision Zero team in every, in the traffic engineer having an elevated role so that Vision Zero is implemented into everything. I guess I'm not going to put you on the spot right now to say, will you or won't you do a similar program with Indigenous lens planning, but I do think that it is not, I'm using this moment to say it is better than last time that we now have an Indigenous planner. And now the next steps are we need to make sure that all of your work is going through that lens. That's my bully pulpit today. Thank you for listening. I'm going to go back down to South Downtown Hub, which wasn't discussed. You picked me up off the picture that is on your slide 3 because my best guess is that is a South Downtown Hub plan design shred. Is that correct?
Yes.
All right. So you included the picture, but no words with it. What's the status on the South Downtown Hub from planning to implementation? And I know that you carry the, I'm going to say unfortunate burden of 10 different regional entities, and you're supposed to put it together. I've taken my time to share with Sound Transit my frustrations of how they engage, but how are we doing? Good, bad, otherwise? Is there any additional, and whether it's not, because I know the budget is, we're in a planning phase, which is very different than an implementation phase, but just using this moment so that other council members understand what Sound Downtown Hub is and what needs to be done.
So South Downtown Hub is both interdepartmental and interagency. So there's a standalone website that you can look up online if you do a Google search for South Downtown Hub. And I think that we're multiple years into a process of community engagement through the South Downtown Hub process to talk about transformation of the neighborhood and the CID and impacts and opportunities related to expansion of the Sound Transit program. I would say that OPCD, we convene a table called the South Downtown Interagency Partnership. So that includes the Port of Seattle, Metro, King County Executive, the Muckleshoot Tribe, Suquamish Tribe, where we are talking about what are all of the public projects that we're investing in, how are they coordinated with each other, how are we collectively engaging community, and how are we raising all boats. I think that on some level that's an expansion of a conversation that's seated in South Downtown Hub. To the good, I've been very excited working with DON and working with the CID Vision Group regarding issues and opportunities in the CID and kind of the forward-looking vision that South Downtown Hub represents. We are, as the picture shows, we are trying to do a regular communication and engagement with community members and with the vision group in the CID. And again, that's in partnership with DON. Not only to keep the conversation going, but to be present and to listen. We're actually going to be doing, we don't have a date on the calendar yet, but we're going to be doing another community engagement event that's South Downtown Hub related, where we're just getting the elders of the CID together in like a fun, interactive way to just, talk about community, talk about the work. It's an organic process. It's a little bit of an organic process, right? It's not just about what is the outcome, where is the station going, and that. It really is about being present in community, listening, being culturally informed, and that has to be a critical piece that informs the policy making that comes out of our office.
Thank you. I think that's a very good summary of the complexity beyond just government to government with federally recognized tribes, the community, many different agencies, and planning for an area that has been told what is happening to them rather than how can the city and these agencies respond to the requests and desires of the neighborhood.
Yeah.
So the reason that I said it is a difficult and tall order for you because of all of these different agencies, et cetera. So I'm just using this moment to make sure that my colleagues understand that there is a South Downtown Planning Hub work going on and the importance of it, and not directed at you, but just my overall frustration that it takes so long. Thank you for hearing my frustration. Moving, and that's not at you. It's just it is the whole thing, right?
Yeah.
The downtown activation plan, just riffing off of what Councilmember Kettle was saying, I'm going to rename it to the Washington Activation Plan because so much of Washington's economy is dependent upon what happens downtown. If you're coming from Vashon, Bainbridge, North Bend, Everett, Tacoma, the easiest meeting point is downtown. Even between West Seattle and Ballard. Councilmember Saka, the last time I was out in West Seattle was for that Salmon Bay FC game. When
It's been a few months, you got to get back.
It's been a very long time, but I see you every day downtown. And that's what I mean whether you're coming from Bellevue or from Linwood, downtown is that place. And that's why I'm going to rename it today, Councilmember Kettle, the Washington Activation Plan. Moving on to the north of our city, Northern Lights. I guess I'm looking for you to say a little bit more about what is it I heard, and I can read the words of, we're going to have a design charrette, a design contest. I heard the words activation, I heard programming. I'm searching, I see the words murals, clean and safe coordinator. How are we measuring our success here? And that's not a trick question, because a design charrette and a design contest, the success is that we come out of that with a design, right? Like that is a measurable measure of success, because we could go through that process and not have a design at the end. So that would not be success. I say this because when I'm looking at this, I'm seeing murals, and it gets back to leveraging other departments. We've got the Hope Corps murals from the Department of Arts and Culture. Mm-hmm. We've got the clean and safe coordinators that we do through Office of Economic Development. Yep. I see the design charrette. Are we doing mostly planning, quick wins? Help me understand, and I say this because I'm concerned that we're making small changes around the edges when we really need to be taking a step back to see what does North Aurora look like in 10 years. And Councilmember Juarez, apologies for crossing the border of 85th. I hope my visa gets stamped at the checkpoint.
Yeah, I don't know. Last time you people showed up, it didn't go too well for us, so.
Licton Springs is still in its current state, isn't it?
Thanks a lot, Squanto. Oh, just making a joke, sorry.
I know, I got it. I thought it was funny. Director Kieran Dongo, short-term, long-term, how are we doing in North Aurora?
So with the North Aurora IDT, we are trying to find that balance between short-term and long-term. So we have a very specific budget line item that is related to what is it that we accomplish in the next 18 months. So we're very much focused on that, and at the same time, we are trying to also look at how do we, as you suggested, not just bite around the edges, but do some long-term planning with community to not just Band-Aid problems, but solve problems. And that does require public-private partnership. It does require looking at catalyst sites for development. It requires us to look at traffic patterns and what's working well, what needs to be changed, and the identity of the neighborhood. Like for residents that live in North Aurora, it is not just a pass through. People are not. It's not just a thoroughfare. People moving from downtown, like up to the north. It is a home for people that not only live there but operate businesses there. And what can the city do to prioritize investments that are placemaking related in Aurora? And what does that look like? How do we get there? How much does it cost? So those are complicated pieces of discussion, but that's part of what we're going to be trying to do as well.
Awesome. I'm just going to put the plug in that, yes, we need the short term, making those changes around the edges. But when I'm looking at this space, some of those blocks haven't been updated since the 1950s, 1960s. And that's when we don't make infrastructure updates, everything else kind of goes by the wayside. And when those infrastructure updates were created in the 50s and 60s, it was the standards for our society were different than what they are today, right? So
we are a growing city.
We are a growing city. Thank you for your attention there. I want to just now, sorry, colleagues, I'm taking a lot, but this is my former land use chair geek out session. Talking about equitable development initiative, switching gears, and this is the last bucket of my questions today. Just want to do a little bit of history. Reading in your budget summary here in your website even goes back a little bit further to 2016 with your first round of very small funds. But in the budget book here, it goes into 2017, the council identified initial 5 projects for the EDI program. And the program has grown to more than 77 community-based projects today. Using the 5- and 6-year lookbacks that our council central staff have created, it demonstrates that in 2019, the funding doesn't even show up in the bar chart in these lookbacks, right? It's only included in the words of our 6-year lookback because 2017 to 2019 were really just pilot programs. It was to say, does this work? Is this going to work? How is this going to work? In 2019, it was still, you only had $1.4 million from CDBG, Community Development Block Grants. You had $4 million, and maybe Councilmember Juarez can correct me. I thought it was from the Mercer Megalock, but it is from the Mercer Megalock. And then you had $1 million from the short-term rental tax, right? Compared to what our, and I got to pull up, sorry, I switched spots here. But looking at it today, it is, the short-term rental tax, but mostly the Jumpstart Fund, right? And so that changed to 2025. You had $25.3 million in 2024, $26.6 million in 2025. $27.3 million in 26, but here's the discrepancy. I see how your slide says $29 million for EDI. Is that discrepancy the staffing? I also don't see in your budget books dedicated staff, while I see dedicated staff to all other line items. Is that what's going on here? Yep, you got to turn on the mic.
It's on.
I think it's on. You're exactly right. The non-labor EDI budget is in the EDI budget control level in the budget book, and what you're not seeing is the EDI-related labor costs, which are in with the rest of the office labor costs in the planning and community development side of things. that in 2026 is all short-term rental tax. So all the short-term rental tax is EDI labor. That's about 2 million. And that's what gets you to the 29 total.
Okay, thank you. Very helpful. I mean, the reason that I laid out your growth in that way from pilot project 10 years ago, you know, 1 time, 2 time, how are we doing, where are we doing, to 2020, us as city council members really making that choice to give you a dedicated, much larger funding stream, but really that not taking shape until 2021, 2022 with funds coming in. And now we're 2 years after that, 3 years after that. So colleagues, I share that history because this has been a program that has, I'm not gonna say growing pains, I'm gonna say this program has grown into something that our city now relies on as compared to something that we thought was interesting in a good way, right? And so the Equitable Development Advisory Board did release some budget recommendations this year on September 18th. Yes. 2 of their recommendations were standardizing the release of EDI annual request for proposals and standardizing the release of funding for those awarded contracts. I just want to thank the EDI Advisory Board because without them asking those questions, I would not have gone back and done that deep research of where did we come from and how did we get here? Because when they provided those recommendations, it really struck me that we need to be, and what I also heard is that it's more helpful to have those contract awards and the NOFA, if you will, ahead of the Office of Housing NOFA, so that folks can know if they got the funding or not. Yeah. And so I asked this question because, and thank you to the EDI Advisory Board because this helps us to sequence. In 2016, it would not have made sense for you to have a standardized NOFA. It would not have made sense for you to have a standardized process for awarding contracts. Even in 2021, I don't know that it would have made sense, or 2022. What I see today is that I think that it does. Is that, and I know that you only received this recommendation last week as well, seeing as we're on September 26th today. And I don't believe that any inconsistency is intentional. I just think that it has been a byproduct of the growth. But are there ways that we can standardize the RFP process? Are there ways that we can standardize the award of funding? How did you take these recommendations?
So I appreciate, I mean, I always appreciate the work of the advisory board, but in reading the letter, it did resonate with me. I have been very interested in finding a way to standardize the process so that it is predictable, not only for community, but for staff as well, and to just have it happen on a regular annual cycle, very much in the same way that the OH NOFA does. So I think that there is, and I mean, you know, I sit on the OH NOFA review committee, and so there is a intentional effort between Maiko and myself to try to plan and align investments. But I do think that what the advisory board, the EDI advisory board, is suggesting regarding trying to standardize a process to provide greater predictability and alignment is meaningful.
Great, thank you. Colleagues, I just took up a lot of time. Thank you for that. Grace, we're at about 11 o'clock. I see Councilmember Rivera and Councilmember Saka have their hands raised. I'm going to ask if we can just keep it focused, and then I'll pass it over to Councilmember Solomon for last words, and then back to the table for last words, and then I'll give it back to Councilmember Solomon. With that, Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Chair. I had additional questions on the OPCD priorities list. Part of my questions is related to your 2026 work plan, which I haven't seen yet, and I look forward to reviewing once we get that. On phase 2 of the comp plan, I want to know about outreach. So let me just say about outreach, there's notification, and then there's what are you communicating when you communicate. So I will say last year you had some listening sessions, which I appreciated, and were well attended in my side of town. However, the information that was presented was not complete. And then in the fall, when updated information was given and folks really knew what we were, the city was contemplating, then folks, this is where the concern was raised. And so the thing to me is not only do we need to find more opportunities to reach out to people and let them know what's happening, what we're communicating is equally important because, you know, early communication often and accurate information is important. And I think it can mitigate for some of the concerns that were raised later. And Director, you and I have talked about this. You know, I think full transparency, I think sometimes people feel like the city and government in general, not just Seattle, I've been doing this a long time, doesn't always communicate the full information. Sometimes they feel like it's by design, and I hate that because I don't want folks to feel that. And sometimes it's not true, and sometimes it is. I mean, let's be honest. So I don't want Seattle to be caught in that, and I don't want OPCD to get caught in that. So this was my big concern last year, where the information was not full, not everyone got it, and so I want to avoid that in the future. So I will let Councilmember Saka speak to the points about the mailers because I am very appreciative of his efforts, because at the end of the day, he's trying to find a solve for how do we let folks know sooner about let folks know sooner what is happening, when it's happening, and how to engage. And so the mailing piece, I do think, and I've often said, we send out mailers. I think SPU sends out mailers. Why can't we attach something to that? Like, there's other ways that maybe we could be leveraging. So I'll just leave it at that. But in terms of what you are communicating, that is equally important. So in phase 2, my understanding is there won't be outreach from your shop and talking to Michael Hubner. So he joined me, and I was grateful that he joined me for a couple of neighborhood walks with constituents. That's always great. Because they have the opportunity to engage with city departments and ask questions. And, you know, they're not just hearing it from me, they're hearing it from the people that are actually doing the work. I wish that would have happened sooner, because by the time we did these walks, it was almost too late. We were at the point where then we had to do amendments, and that is not, to me, advantageous. It's good to do things on the early end when we can incorporate that feedback sooner. But as part of those walks, Michael Hubner communicated that there would be no engagement done for phase 2, and I just want to confirm that. And if not, encourage you all to do engagement, because I don't want to be in another situation where then, like phase 1, folks had concerns, and then folks were not feeling heard, and I don't want that. And I think a lot of this conversation today about how do you communicate is trying to get to that. So if you have a response to that, that'd be great.
So I'm going to be careful to not get in the weeds, because I am a planner geek. I understand that. I think that couple of different things. There is a lot of community engagement that OPCD will be doing next year related to community planning, related to the regional centers, related to the supplemental environmental impact statement, related to South Downtown Hub. So Michael is not technically incorrect in the sense that I think that from his seat as long-range planning manager, we've expended our budget related to comp plan official community engagement program that informs the Phase 2 legislation, centers and corridors. Having said that, I think there's still lots of opportunities for conversation, and I have appreciated that you and other council members have asked us to come out to community, to do walks, to provide more information, and I, for my own part, I would say that we should continue to do that. And I think that to the points that you have made, and Chair Strauss, you have made as well, I think if there are opportunities where we can leverage, and we certainly do this in our open houses where we're inviting other departments, city light, parks, et cetera, to talk about their work and how it relates to the plan. We need to do the opposite as well. And so that if there are places where we can piggyback on community engagement that's being done by other departments where we can help to get the word out, we should be doing that. There's not a clear structure for it. I do have the capital sub-cabinet as a vehicle to at least convene the conversation. So I appreciate the intent of like what you're suggesting in terms of how can we do better work and communicate better with the people that we're trying to serve. And we're going to try to put some pencil to paper and also like think about how we can make some improvements.
I look forward to receiving details in your work plan about community engagement next year related to what I'm calling Phase 2, which is all the zoning legislation as well as in the regional centers and the urban centers, because people care a lot about this, and I think whatever decisions get made at the end of the day, people want to feel heard. Even if you don't incorporate what they're saying, you still need to hear them. And sometimes you can incorporate. So this is what we get attacked a lot for. And I want to, like I said, avoid that. And so I'm giving you this feedback now. And I want to partner with the department and make sure that this gets done, because I want to see everyone set up for success, including the not just the constituents, also the department, because we're here to serve the constituents. So thank you for that. And then on the sub-area planning, I wanted to get more details. We talked a little bit about it with my colleagues' questions, and we can do this offline, but I want to get more information about that and community engagement around that, so no surprise there. And then the last point I'll make is in terms of the South Downtown Hub, I know that I represent the D4, and I care really very much about the CID. And just this morning, I was driving by there in 12th and Jackson. It is, well, completely unacceptable. It is very sad what is happening down there, and we haven't made any inroads there that I can see. And so this work is really critical. I support it, and to the point I made earlier, it's not just about ideology. We need to do something. Action. What is the action? What are we going to do to help people there? Because we're not. There's a lot of conversation about ideology, how it's unacceptable, how we all agree, we don't like it, we got to do something, and then where's the action? Where's the urgency? And so this isn't just for you, Director. I know that you're spearheading the IDT, and I very much appreciate that. And I suspect you're in agreement, at least with part of what I'm saying. And I really want to see the action. So we want to engage as council on what is happening and how we can help support what can be done. So.
And thank you for that. I will just say that specifically related to Little Saigon, we do have the downtown activation team, and we're also doing some restructuring related to the downtown activation plan sub-cabinet to create, to restructure it it's now called the sales subcabinet, but it is focused on, first and foremost, straight out the gate, Little Saigon, the issues and challenges that you're describing that we see on a daily basis there, and how do we put interdepartmental resource toward solving those problems.
And I know it's not just you all. I mean, I'd love to hear what CARE is doing. CARE expanded across the city. What are they doing there? So I want to make clear I'm not putting all this on you, but and you raised the IDT, and I appreciate that you guys are spearheading that. And then just to say, how can we help actually get something done? So thank you.
And
Thank you,
I
Chair.
also have to give props to Natalie, who's our
Yes,
public
from the
safety.
mayor's office.
And my
yes.
dear friends, I am going to move us along because we are nearly at 2 hours with this presentation. We have 2 more presentations to go. Councilmember Saka, if you wouldn't mind just reading your questions into the record and having Director Kirandongo respond to you or making any final statements. I just am noticing that we went from being almost late to late. Over to you, Councilmember Saka.
Thank you, Chair. A lot of great discussion going on around your department. I think it reflects the importance of the work that you all do, and also the fact that it's directly top of mind, given that we recently finalized our Phase 1 comp plan conversations. But in any event, there's also some important conversation among my colleagues here at the dais today about the importance of notice. And as the author of that amendment that did not pass that would have required some form of mailed notice, I do want to take a moment to speak on that a little bit as well. Just want to circle back to the original, how that came to my mind is one of the very first public hearings that we had on this. Someone said, hey, I had no idea about this whole process. The city should send a mailer that with clear and conspicuous language that your neighborhood is subject to rezone. Here's how to provide feedback. What they had in mind probably was more in the form of a legal notice as opposed to a PR marketing flashy notice. In any event, heard the same comment, a substantially similar comment, a handful of other times, both in verbal public comment and in writing via email. But the underlying theme of some people felt like they didn't feel like they knew about the process earlier on, and primarily through different channels, snail mail. I heard that as a dominant theme. And so ultimately what that amendment was about is ensuring more robust notice and outreach. And as a principled position that is hard to argue against, I think we all agree with we need more robust notice and community outreach and engagement. The final thing is going to be better when it's informed by as many people as possible. I think we did get bogged down, and I own a lot of that. I have very smart colleagues, and I think we did get bogged down in the weeds a little bit. And just like we were thinking around corners, which is generally great, but friendly reminder, we don't always need to have every single operational detail solved at the policy decision level, and I think we got bogged down in that. But I will be all this to say, so my intent was that one mailer is sufficient as a general proposition. One time, not every iteration, the comp plan changed and evolved over multiple. One notice that your neighborhood is subject to rezone, show up, not on this alternative 5, no, now the mayor's new preferred alternative, no, now not these revised boundaries, not on every occasion, one time, and then also not citywide. I don't think it's an effective use of the taxpayer dollar to send those notices out, mailed notices out citywide. It is very expensive. That's why my amendment would have granted the department discretion in determining, where, which specific geographic locations would be best, and deferred a fair amount of that to you. But the adequacy and sufficiency of the notice in terms of having a robust community outreach and engagement effort or not, is a problem that we're clearly all interested in solving. It's clear that with, I think, the $150,000 outreach budget that you all had for that comp plan, the department didn't think it could make any mailed notice work, which is a reasonable determination based off that budget. And so colleagues, I think, on a going forward basis, Whether you make it a formal requirement in an ordinance or not, I think we make sure that they are better resourced to and make clear, provide more clear council direction that notices should be a component of this, and maybe proviso, like, give them 250,000 and then proviso like a 50,000 of it, for example. But in any event, it's at the, notwithstanding some of the important operational nitty-gritty details, execution details that need to be resolved, and my office will be following up as well via SharePoint. But the broader principle of we need more robust outreach and empower you all with more tools, including notices, is something that I do for clarity and just to be transparent, intend to address during this budget, including through probably through a SLI of some sort. But I appreciate all your work. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Any final words from you, Director Kirandongo?
Just thank you for all the comments and feedback.
Thank you. Councilmember Solomon is Chair of the Land Use Committee, and Councilmember Hollingsworth is Chair of the Comp Plan Committee. If you want to say anything, you're welcome to. You don't have to.
Chair, I got nothing. Thank you for being here.
And I'm seeing Councilmember Hollingsworth is okay. You need to say anything? You feeling okay?
I'm good, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Well, with that, we thank you, and I will sing you my song of appreciation. Thank you for the Crown Hill Design Guidelines. Yeah, that's why I'm not in. That's why I don't sing. Thank you for coming. I'm going to have the clerk read the next item into the record. We're going to do the shuffle right now. Clerk, will you read the second item into the record?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Agenda item 2, Office of Sustainability and Environment.
All right. Thank you. As we're making this transition, I will let the record reflect that Councilmember Kettle has a cup of coffee from City Grind from John Streeter downstairs. With that, folks, we're going to need to make transitions a little faster. And Parks Department, I see you've been patiently waiting, but when we get into transfer time, we're going to need you to transfer quickly. Yep, thank you. I see everyone waiting. Yep. And lucky for us, we had Office of Sustainability and Environment with us yesterday to talk through a lot of the things. If folks have further questions, now will be that time. And Councilmember Rink, as chair of the committee, I will be turning it over to you first after this presentation. I see the presentation's loaded. I see our presenters are here. Dan Eater's still here. Director Ben Noble is still here. I'm going to let Michelle Caulfield introduce you and your team. Over to you, Director.
Thank you. Hi, I'm Michelle Caulfield with the Office of Sustainability and Environment.
I'm Megan Doran, the Finance Manager.
Fun facts with microphones. Yes, move them around. Green light means go. And Mick Jagger today. Over to you.
I got the update on how to do the microphone yesterday, so thank you. Let me see how I advance this. Sorry. Oh, presentation mode. I know this isn't fast.
Just scroll.
I'm really sorry.
Just scroll.
It's not working. Oh, thanks, Ben.
There you go.
Okay, great. Thank you so much for your time yesterday afternoon, and also your interest in hearing more about the 2026 proposed budget for the Office of Sustainability and Environment. We're pleased to be here. I'm going to provide a brief overview, and then I'll turn it over to Megan to talk a little bit more about the specific budget changes. So just as some background for all of you and the viewing public, the Office of Sustainability and Environment advances Mayor Harrell's One Seattle Climate Justice agenda, and that's really focused on advancing a healthy and more resilient community as we grow into our future. And in doing that work, we center our work on those who have been most impacted historically and currently by racial, social, and environmental injustice. And we really do prioritize deep partnership with those communities as we advance all of our work across the office and the city. Our work, like many of the work of the city, is about changing systems, and we work with many to do that. We work across multiple city departments. We work across sectors with nonprofits, with private businesses, with community residents, and we work with a wide array of stakeholders, including several advisory boards and commissions. And the work that we do is to lead, it's to innovate, it's to collaborate, and it's to implement impactful policies and programs. And we creatively leverage external funding to really scale to the challenge that's ahead of us. And even more so, leveraging external funding has become really important. And I wanted to give one example of a recent success that we had. We've been partnering with Seattle Public Libraries on how to secure external resources to do some upgrades to libraries. And we were successful last month in getting $2 million to do some energy and seismic upgrades to the University Branch Library. So that's just an example of the kind of work that we do across departments to look for funding. Great, it worked. Our core services are organized in 4 main focus areas. I'm not gonna go into all of these programs. You can see them listed down the silos. But this work is not siloed at all. We are first and foremost advancing climate and environmental justice, and we are doing lots of deep investment and partnerships with in community organizations and building capacity to work in partnership with communities. And this work really informs and shapes the work that we do across all of the other areas, including reducing climate pollution from our 2 biggest sources of emissions, which are buildings and transportation, fostering a sustainable food system, which you're going to hear more about this afternoon, or from Megan, and you heard about yesterday. That would be improving food access, healthy food access to fruits and vegetables, and then also supporting a thriving urban forest as our city grows and changes so that everyone in our city has access to the benefits of trees. So in summary, the big picture overview, the headline of the major changes to the proposed budget for our office is to continue investing in impactful programs that our office is doing. So that's great news for us. And then also to add a significant investment in the Fresh Bucks program, which you heard a bit about yesterday and we'll talk about today as well. Before I turn it over to Megan, I wanted to just make sure to share some of the details on some of those impactful programs that will continue into the 2026 with the mayor's proposed budget. I'll just note that these programs aren't all the things that our office is doing, but they're really investments that were called out in the endorsed 2026 budget that will continue into 2026 with the proposed budget. Oh no, I don't need to go yet because I want to talk about these. So first, I wanted to just shout out the Hallmark Building Emission Performance Standard legislation that passed in 2023 with unanimous support by council. And I want to give a special thanks to council members Juarez, Nelson, and Strauss, who were on council at that time and provided support for this really significant policy that will help us reduce emissions in the building space by 27%. Thank you, Dan. Also want to name the Clean Heat Program, which is focused on transitioning oil-heated homes across our city to clean electric heat pumps that provide cooling. We're really excited to share that we've hit a milestone of reducing those oil-heated homes by 50%. Since we started this program in 2017, we think there's about 8,000 homes left to change out. And then also our municipal energy and emissions program, which is really focusing on leading by example. As we're asking other building owners to decarbonize their buildings, to make changes in these buildings, we want to show that we can do this in the city as well. We have about 175 buildings that have some form of fossil fuels for heating and cooling. Since in the last few years, we've actually decarbonized 27 buildings to date. So we have a lot of great successes to talk about. And since I saw that Parks and Recreation is here and presenting next, I want to give a shout out to some of the partnership work that we've been doing with them on community centers. If you read our blog, greenspace.seattle.gov, you'll see some of the featured program successes that we've had and weekly. And one of the recent features was about pools. So pools are one of the most energy intensive uses that we have in our community centers. We've been focused with parks on doing energy improvements to about 5 different parks across the city, really low cost things like covering pools, implementing more efficient fans, and then also some really exciting developments at Monger Pool where we actually installed an electric heat pump to heat the pool. And that's the first time we've done that. And so that's a great example of what we can do further. So thank you, Superintendent Diaz, for the work with you on that. OSC is also going to continue to invest in supportive programs that are helping us make this transition. So I just want to call out the Building Navigator grants that are helping under-resourced buildings like nonprofit organizations, arts institutions, housing, low-income housing and affordable housing providers, as well as clean energy training investments to really help prepare the workforce for these changes that we need to do to make these big climate challenges ahead. I also want to note the Healthy Food in Schools program. We have a strong partnership with Seattle Public Schools to provide healthy fruits and vegetables through snacks at more than 27 different schools across the city, and also some innovative ways that we're working with the culinary department on scratch meals and culturally appropriate meals, and also supporting local procurement of local growers and also food-based businesses in those meals and snacks. And then also, we're really pleased to continue the work of the Environmental Justice Fund that makes investments in community organizations leading on climate and environmental work in their communities and addressing their priorities in the way that they know that works. And the last piece I wanted to mention is that we will continue our work, our cross-departmental work in the Duwamish Valley. This has been a long-standing environmental justice program since 2018 with the passing of the Duwamish Valley Action Plan. So OSC's investments that are continuing will invest in youth programming and leadership development, in small business support, in greening industrial lands, as well as specific investments through the Environmental Justice Fund for organizations focused in the Duwamish Valley. And I want to highlight that this is not just OSC's work. This is the work of multiple city departments, including OPCD that was at the table, Parks who's coming after us. We work with CBO to highlight some of the other 2026 investments that are happening in the Duwamish Valley, just to showcase the way that we are really taking a One Seattle approach to this place-based investment. With that, I'm going to turn it over to Megan to talk specifically about our budget changes.
Thank you, Michelle. I'll talk through the specific changes and then we'll turn to you for any questions. First, we're pleased to share that we are able to find cost savings in one of our areas. That's a reduction in the 2026 proposed budget. Our budget includes funding for a technology platform to support the compliance of the Building Emissions Performance Standard. This compliance tool is a key part of the implementation for this policy. And through really great work with the IT department and our vendor, we were able to update our forecasted spend plan for 2026. And this change just aligns the budget with the forecasted spend for 2026. So no negative impacts on project delivery and allows us to free up a little budget in 2026. Great. We'll now talk about two significant additions in our budget. The first one is the expansion of the FreshBucks program and an increase in the benefit amount. This is one-time funding from the proposed business and occupation tax, and it will enroll 4,400 customers, which is the entire current wait list for the program, and increase the monthly benefit from $40 to $60 a month, a 50% increase. This is part of a package of food investments that you heard about yesterday, designed to mitigate the adverse impacts of federal cuts to SNAP. In OSC's budget, this is a $6.25 million increase in the general fund. And you heard much of this yesterday as part of Director Caulfield's presentation about FreshBucks, but just to recap for you all, FreshBucks started as a $50,000 grant in 2012 and scaled with investments from the sweetened beverage tax and also from the general fund. Thank you, Chair Strauss, for sponsoring that amendment during COVID to enroll the waitlist at that time. The program currently serves 12,000 customers, 80% of which are BIPOC and 40% prefer a language other than English. This is thanks to the deep partnerships with community organizations that support enrollment and use of the program. FreshBucks is shown to be a really effective program. A recent UW evaluation found that FreshBucks households experience 31% higher rates of food security and also eat fruits and vegetables more frequently than those assigned to the wait list. So it's exciting to be able to point to this data as a really outcomes-driven approach to meeting food access needs in Seattle. The FreshBucks waitlist currently has 4,000 customers. The waitlist launched this spring using the city's CiviForm platform, which is a centralized application portal to access city benefits, and the waitlist does continue to grow. We have one other addition that we'll talk about, which is support for the Lake City Farmers Market. This is a one-time 3-year funding commitment to expand the Lake City Farmers Market by 15 weeks through December. It currently is just a seasonal market that ends in October, and to work to shift market hours from the current Thursday evening market to Saturday mornings. And this is really designed to address the upcoming closure of Fred Meyer in Lake City. So it's designed to increase food access opportunities in that neighborhood following this closure. And with that, we'll let you ask questions.
Thank you. And Councilmember Rink, as chair of the committee, the Office of Sustainability and Environment reports to, you are recognized. And then I see Councilmember Solomon.
Thank you, Chair. Colleagues, we cannot let climate be an afterthought in our work. I represent a generation of people who are sounding the alarm on the future of our planet, sounding the alarm saying that we might not be able to grow old because our planet will not be habitable. We won't be able to have clean air or water unless we change course. There is real concern for our food systems. And it's not just the future, it's happening now. We now have a wildfire season in this region. That wasn't the case when I first moved here. We have climate refugees that have found homes in this region. I'm glad that we've been able to welcome them in. And these changes in our climate impact everything: our food systems, geopolitical conflict, emergency management, and our basic safety. And so that is why the work of the Office of Sustainability and Environment is so important. And in committee, we've been unpacking a number of these bodies of work. This year alone, we've received briefings on the FreshBucks program that I know we're tremendously familiar with now at this point. But also we've received an update to the emissions report. We've been briefed on the Environmental Justice Fund. And even earlier this year, we approved our transportation Electrification Strategic Investment Plan, TSIP. And so I just want to highlight those points, but also take a personal point of privilege to emphasize the urgency behind this work and express appreciation also for the office taking an interdepartmental approach, knowing that our work in climate cannot just live within OSC, but rather needs to be a citywide approach. And there are many other departments and offices that also need to be taking up the mantle for us to make the progress we desperately need to be making. And with that, Chair, I just have a couple of questions to highlight and really elevate some points in the work. With that, there are a variety of investments in this proposed budget that appropriate revenue from Jumpstart that weren't the original intent of the tax. Knowing that climate was one of those intended Jumpstart investments, are there any areas where we are seeing underinvestment in that body of work?
Investment in climate overall?
Yeah, such as particularly with the Green New Deal investments that we see, and we have our Green New Deal Oversight Board. Are there things that the Oversight Board is highlighting need additional investment at this time?
Actually, thank you for raising that. Yeah, the Green New Deal Oversight Board is one of those community advisory partnerships that we staff and also provide letters of recommendation to the mayor and to council about a series of investments. So if you haven't already received the letter from the Oversight Board, you will receive your letter. I believe there's about, Dan can maybe correct me, about $18 million of investment from the payroll expense tax to support Green New Deal investments. And I would say most of those investments are investments that have been the priority of the Green New Deal Oversight Board. I don't have the letter, I apologize, like right in front of me with the series of investments. There were some other recommended investments that the Oversight Board did have, and I don't have it in front of me, but I can follow up with you on what those investments are. And I also want to just let you know that we are very diligent in going back to the board and having a direct conversation and presentation with them. We do that in partnership with CBO and talk about what the mayor's proposed budget is, where their recommendations don't fully align with the mayor's or where their recommendations weren't able to be addressed and why. So we will be following up with the board on that, and I think it's this week, or next week.
I know that there's $17.2 million of payroll expense tax going to the Green New Deal in the proposed budget. There may be other flavors of money also going to the Green New Deal that I am not tracking on my little sheet.
Close to the 18 million, thank you.
Wonderful, thank you for clarifying that. And we've had a lot of discussion also within the Select Committee on Federal Administration and Policy Changes on the impacts of federal cuts. Can you highlight for OSC any federal impacts directly from federal or state cuts? What are those and any particular areas of concern?
The major areas of concern for us are kind of 3 federal grants that we've been awarded, 2 of which we are spending down on, 1 which we yet to have a contract on. So we have money from the U.S. Department of Agriculture to support urban forestry work across our city, and we're doing that actually in partnership with Seattle Parks and Recreation. So we're pleased that we are able to do that work focused in the Chinatown International District and also Beacon Hill, and in some of our forested parklands. So that is good news. We also have some money from the U.S. federal government supporting our food procurement with SPS, Seattle Public Schools. And we were ecstatic to be awarded $17 million from the Department of Energy to support building out our Navigator Technical Assistance Program to help building owners get on the path to meeting the building emission performance standards. The first target is set to go into effect in 2027. And we were awarded that grant, but unfortunately we have not been able to get any communication back from Department of Energy about contracting. And we have been working very closely with the mayor's office, who's been very good at looking at all of the different risks that are there and looking at opportunities to, 1, mitigate those risks, make documentations, potentially take legal action as needed. We have yet to take legal action on this one, but may choose to do that.
Thank you. And at this time, how are we leveraging funds from the Department of Commerce in our Clean Heat program?
Oh, Clean Heat. Yes, thank you very much for raising that. We're actually leveraging funds from the Department of Commerce in many different ways. And I'd be happy to follow up with even a list of all of the grants that we receive from Commerce and/or Ecology. I know the Clean Heat program has what is called HERE funds. I can't remember what HERE stands for, but they are rebates and incentives that are supporting the transition away from fossil fuels in homes towards clean heat pumps. So I think we received $3.2 million in HERE funds and are expected to receive more in future years. And what we're doing with those funds is stacking them through I should have mentioned with Clean Heat, it's a very deep partnership with the Office of Housing, with Seattle City Light, and also with heat pump manufacturers, where we are stacking incentives and benefits to give residents the most incentive they can get to change out those systems. So anywhere from $8,000 to $6,000 per home right now with those state funds and local energy rebates from the utility, also some general fund from City of Seattle. And I will say that the Office of Housing has been doing 100% change outs for low-income homes. And so they are using also state commerce funds and other funds to make sure that low-income homeowners can actually access that same benefit. I mentioned the library grant that we got as well, the $2 million before. That was also from Commerce. I think we got a $300,000 grant to do some audits on some of our municipal buildings. So there's a range of state funds that I can provide.
We also received the $550,000 award from Commerce to support green workforce development, building off of the work from the Clean Energy Apprenticeship Program.
Yeah, thanks, Megan, that's right.
Awesome. I would love to see that list. That would be fantastic. And for the Clean Heat program, it's a really exciting program. You all being able to provide heat pumps in residential buildings. How would one access the Clean Heat program if they were interested?
Oh, we have, well, we do postcards. Do we want to get into mailings? Not today, but we have really efficient mailings that are very lean and are very targeted to those homes who we've done a lot of strategic analysis with county assessor data, with permit data to understand which homes in the city do we think have oil heat. So targeted mailings, people like mailings, to reach those folks. We also have partnerships with contractors who are actually out being messengers, partnerships with the heat pump distributors like Mitsubishi who are going out and marketing as well, and then partnerships with community-based organizations who are spreading the word. And we also have a website. On our website, there is a Clean Heat website that provides all the information that someone might need to be part of the program. I should also add that there's a regional effort. The Switch is on, and it's a regional effort with King County and other surrounding counties to market the HERE grants kind of regionally, and so that taps into the Seattle-based program as well. And we work with many of the cities in the King County jurisdiction to sort of have a holistic approach.
Thank you for that. And yeah, I think mail is now a touchy subject for the rest of today, one that we'll certainly continue the conversation on. And I have just a couple more questions, Chair, if that's all right.
Please.
One thing that has definitely characterized a lot of my discussions with partners around the region around really taking steps to address the climate crisis has been how do we ensure that we are having a just transition to our clean energy future and building up the workforce to support that transition. Mm-hmm. And so can you speak to the office's connection to the trades and our partners in labor?
Yeah, so we have clean energy training, a training grant program where we make investments annually in training programs to support that transition. And I will say we work very closely with the Office of Economic Development and also Finance and Administrative Services, FAS, who does priority hire. And so we have a coordinated workforce approach. And I will say and the Green New Deal Oversight Board also has representation from the trades and from labor as well. I actually was looking at, I'll promote our blog again, greenspace.seattle.gov, but I was looking at the blog and saw this really exciting announcement that we just did a day or two ago about our investment in Emerald Cities, which is an organization that's focused on doing training of individuals to help them get on the path for apprenticeships and for jobs. And I saw that 9 of the top graduates that just graduated from their electrical pathways program are now accepting, I wrote it down here on my folder, direct entry offers to the union apprenticeship program. So I loved just reading about the impact of that training program and how it is making a difference in those folks, in those people's lives. And so that's one example. We are also partnered with South Seattle College on some of its like sustainable building technology program, and like students that are doing their certification are actually engaging in our energy benchmarking program, our building emission performance standard program. They're actually out serving some of the building owners and providing additional support and learning on the job as part of their school and working in partnership with us. I also just signed a letter in support of the Northwest Maritime Center that is doing some youth training around energy and water opportunities in the Duwamish Valley. And so there's a whole host of ways that we're partnering with lots of different providers of clean energy training and youth development opportunities focused around the environment and climate, because we know there's so much need around both the retrofits and also the resilience needs.
Thank you for that. I come from an IBEW family myself, so exciting to see more young people getting into electrical work. With that, I'll close with just something that I was excited to see in this proposed budget, the proposed expansion of the Lake City Farmers Market. We've heard from numerous residents deeply concerned about the recent grocery store closures in Lake City and other neighborhoods around the city. I think this helps mitigate some of those concerns, especially not losing more heading into the winter months. But I do think we as a city need to start thinking creatively around how we can end and prevent food deserts around the city. So very much hoping to see the impact of that corner store amendment from the comp plan come into play here as well. And with that, I will close out my comments and questions for now. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Rink. Councilmember Solomon, I see you've got your hand.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. And thank you for being here and answering questions and quite in your presentation. And you actually got to an issue that I was concerned about, which was the clean heat program. And just wondering, okay, just for clarification, you said that there are rebates of up to $6,000 to $8,000 per household, and then another program that would facilitate low-income households to make those conversions at no cost to them. Is that correct? And who's that fund through?
That funding is through Department of Commerce and possibly also federal funding, but the Office of Housing is administering and implementing that program as part of the really outstanding work they do, weatherization work across the city in low-income homes.
Okay, great, thank you. And in your proposed budget, are you looking at a potential increase in the amount of rebate that can be offered for individual homeowners?
That rebate, I believe, is staying the same, and we are losing a federal rebate. So we're losing, the reason I said $8,000 to $6,000 is right now we have $8,000, but $2,000 will go away from the federal government, so we'll be left with $6,000. That said, we believe there will be more money coming out from the state that we will be applying for to try to up that rebate again. And I want to just say the Climate Commitment Act is a really important resource for our city and for this region in trying to advance what we need to do to address climate change given lack of investment by this federal administration.
Okay, great, thank you. And just one other question for the interest of time. And this may be more technical, and maybe we need to have a conversation offline about it. But as you're looking at greenhouse gas emissions from buildings, I'm wondering how closely are you looking at the LEED standards from the U.S. Green Building Council, and how are those standards? Because I'm thinking that when we're looking at building design and permitting stuff, that's going to land over at SDCI.
Yeah.
So, but you've got this in your portfolio looking at emissions out of buildings, and again, when we're looking at leadership in energy and environmental design, you know, taking those considerations into mind when buildings are being designed. Again, really technical, just wondering how much do you play in that sandbox with SDCI when it comes to building design?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you for bringing that up. Actually, the team that works on our existing buildings program at OSE once upon a time was as part of the planning department and was the green building team over at DPD at the time, Department of Planning and Development, and did a lot more work around new construction, new standards for design and building. When we started focusing in our office on the buildings that are already here that need to be more efficient and we need to take fossil fuels out of those buildings, our program became much more focused on existing buildings, but that doesn't mean those partnerships with SDCI, with OPCD, who was here earlier, with the Institute of Living Building Standards, with the Green Building
Council.
I can't remember the name of that organization, but our buildings team works very closely with them. So we work in partnership with many of those folks, but the work of the Office of Sustainability and Environment has been primarily focused on existing buildings and how to upgrade those existing buildings because retrofit is very hard to do.
All right, okay, thank you very much.
I'll also add we work really closely with Seattle City Light on this work, and they are a really important partner. And they are a key partner for us to power this transition that we need to do.
Thank you. Anything else, Councilmember Solomon?
Nope.
And I know
Thank you very
Councilmember
much.
Kettle had some technical issues. He did tell me that he'd raised his hand before you'd raised yours, so I'm going to call on Councilmember Kettle.
Go ahead. Okay.
Seattle Nice. Rock, paper, scissors.
I'll go.
No, he can go.
Thank you.
Please.
having little IT challenges. You know, we have our systems here. I couldn't virtually hold my hand up until just now. Thank you very much for coming. I really appreciate the presentation. And I note your comments regarding the reaction to the EPA decision on the repeal of the greenhouse gas emission standards for vehicles under the Clean Air Act and rescinding the 2009 endangerment findings. That is a massive decision by our federal government, and which is going to have major impacts on us as a country and as a city. And so I noted the various comments at the end of the press statement related to the mayor's action. So thank you, and you could probably put a +9 on that from myself and my colleagues related to the challenges that we're facing with our climate change, which apparently some want to bury their head in the sand on. So with that start, I just wanted to, looking at slide 2, just use it as a standard. It's a good slide for questions, actually. I wanted to say on the climate and environmental justice, thank you for the work that's being done here. Obviously, I'm big on maritime, the port, and so forth. So the Duwamish River pieces are very important, even though not in my district. But from a city perspective, we have to, support our colleagues like Councilmember Saka.
Seattle.
One Seattle, exactly. And so that work is vital. And so thank you for that. And those pieces that are there. Mention the greenhouse emissions, gas emissions, very important. I did note, and I'm going to leverage it, when you said retrofits are really hard to do. And there's different types of retrofits, different types of pieces. There's apartment buildings, but there's also condo buildings. And there's single-family homes, like with oil, like you mentioned. And some are easier than others. And so we have to be mindful of, A, being supportive and reaching the goal, but we also have to be practical. And I've heard from my constituents, like in Belltown on the condo side, the ability to retrofit a building is not practical, to be frank. And it would be, even if you're well off relatively, the cost of a retrofit would be way beyond the ability to do so. So these are the things that we should be mindful of, mindful of the goal and push to it, but we can't be one approach only. And so thank you for saying retrofits are really hard to do, because it's an opportunity for me to highlight that on behalf of my constituents. And that's something that we should look at, again, moving the ball forward, and I'm 110% for that, but looking at from a practical perspective, and it's like how to focus on the new buildings and so forth. And, there's other opportunities related to commercial to residential, where some buildings are better able to do that kind of work. So thank you for that. And then I recognize the food policy programs. Yes, that's as a parent of a elementary school age child in that world, and then the work that's done in that area. I'm very supportive of those pieces. And then last, Seattle Trees and Forests. I just wanted to note, and this is not just in my district, again, this is throughout the city, because we are a city of hills. San Francisco always gets the attention for that, but we are equally or even more so a city of hills. And when we have the hills, we have slopes, which goes to the comprehensive plan discussion. But we also have green belts, massive green belts. And the work that we need to do there in terms of the urban forests, the tree canopy pieces, and again, to be practical, because we have a lot of incidents in like the West Queen and Greenbelt, Kinnear Park area. And when you have fire tying it back to the first column, our longer, hotter, drier summers, we have fires in our green belts that are started by individuals. And there's no infrastructure for fire really to fight those really well. They're isolated. It's kind of what happens on I-5 in some areas too, partly because the state doesn't do its job in terms of hydrants and the like. But if you're on 15th or Elliott 15th, you don't have the ability to get water. The infrastructure is not there, so you're trying to fight a fire on the slopes above those businesses, and on the backside on the top side you have homes. You don't really have the ability to do it. It's really hard. And so we need better management of our green belts and our urban forests to ensure that we're not putting the city at risk in different ways. And it's about making some hard decisions and being practical. But sometimes we have this, we don't want to make a decision, we don't want to take action. And this is a public safety issue, in addition to being an environmental one as well. So I just wanted to take the opportunity to highlight, and again, thank you for the entire OSCE's work, and given the fact that it went out today for the comment related to EPA's decision, which is shocking to me, and it's really sad, to be blunt.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Kettle, for your comments. Do I have a minute to kind of give a quick response to a few of those things?
Make a response,
I actually want to say thank you for all of your support on things like this letter and how Seattle can stand up. And I want to give a shout out to the Office of Intergovernmental Relations, who actually led the process across 5 different city departments with someone on my team to do that letter. So I definitely don't want to take all the credit for the really good work that happens. So I want to make sure that Mina is called out for that. With the condos, I hear you. We've been listening, and you may know that we're doing a case study in partnership with condo associations to look at what are these challenges, what are we finding, and what might it cost. So I do want you to know that we're listening and we're partnering. So I will, if that case study isn't out yet, I will share it with you as soon as it is out.
Thank you.
Also want to give a shout out to Seattle Parks and Recreation and Green Seattle Partnership, who does incredible work in our forested parklands and in some of our green belts. And in some of those green belts, we're going to need to partner with the state along major highways. And last but not least, I'm really glad that you called out some of the resilience needs that we need to look at. I know that we haven't talked to this council yet about the exciting update of our climate action plan that we will be doing in 2026. We have already briefed Councilmember Rink on this. We look forward to engaging all of you. And why I wanted to bring that up is that our last plan was very much focused on mitigating, reducing emissions and mitigation. We know that this plan needs to be focused on adaptation and resilience, and that is why I've reached out to Chief Scoggins to be part of the Inner City Climate Action Team to think about what is the role that fire may play in helping us think about how we prepare for things that could happen in our city like that. So I want you to know we're thinking about that. We're engaging with Seattle Fire on this, and we look forward to engaging council members on this plan update as it gets underway.
Thank you, and thank you for engaging Chief Scoggins.
Yeah.
Thank you. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Chair. First, I'd like to thank Michelle, Director Caulfield, I should say, Interim Director, for all her hard work. This is her second stint as Interim Director, and I just want to call that out. Michelle is usually the deputy at OSC, but every time she's been called upon to step up to the plate, she's done it happily, willingly, and just excellently. And I really want to thank you for that. I've had the pleasure of working with you for many years, and so I know we're in good hands with you at OSC. So first, just wanted to say that, and you're a great team at OSC. I also want to say that on page 2, I did note the Seattle's Trees and Forests and the work with the Urban Forestry Commission and the tree canopy cover assessment. And I was taking a quick look at your Green New Deal, the advisory board's website, and just noting in 2019, the ordinance that specifically calls out as one of the points, encouraging preservation and planting of trees citywide to increase the city's tree canopy cover, prioritizing historically low canopy and low-income neighborhoods while working closely with communities to protect against eco-gentrification. Because we know, particularly on the south end, there is low canopy cover, and I heard from residents from the South End and across the city about the concerns about this, which is why I was so happy that we were able to include 102 as part of the comp plan, and really to say we can do both. We need more housing, we can increase housing, we can do stacked flats, and we can do tree preservation. They don't need to be in conflict, and I don't think that they should be in conflict. So I was really happy to have this council support some of these climate goals vis-a-vis the tree protection, and I know that it's something that's important to the department as well. And so I, just really grateful for you coming here. I look forward to getting more information about the 2026 plan. I am very supportive, as you've heard, many of us are. And then the last thing I want to say on page 9, that very much support the Lake City Farmers Market expansion, especially given the closure of that grocery store there. I'll say I share a sliver of Maple Leaf with Councilmember Juarez, and they are interested in doing a farmer's market there. And so want to call that out publicly to let the neighborhood know that I've heard them, we've heard them, and I would support those efforts there. So I'm hoping that can be part of this budget effort in some way. And then obviously would love to see a farmer's market at Magnuson Park, but I just want to lift up yet again, I said it yesterday, the importance of bringing, food access to the folks that are living at Magnuson Park. So a bodega would be great, a farmer's market, just more food access from Magnuson Park, anything we can do or I can do to help advance that, please let me know. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Rivera. Director, anything else you'd like to share in response to Councilmember Rivera?
Nope, just thank you. Look forward to continued partnership with you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Wonderful. I will be brief, and I might just submit my questions for the record. I want to share reflections from the Tribal Nations Summit last year, just in a couple things that I heard. And Councilmember Rink, you're right. Since you've moved here, fire season has become a thing. What I was reminded of at the Tribal Summit is that fire season has only not been a thing here since Europeans have shown up. And why I say that is because the prescribed burns were always occurring for time immemorial until Europeans decided that suppression tactics would be better, which also has resulted in worse fires because we have built up fuel. All that said, I heard also in the Tribal Nations Summit a request for native plants to be used, etc. What I heard a louder request for is drought-resistant plants, because we understand that as the climate is changing, it is important for us to keep up. I also see this in tree policy. We have Washington's largest botanical garden is the city of Seattle. Most of the trees and plants that are planted in our city were planted by Europeans that brought them from other places. Even the native plants that are grown here, I know Councilmember Kettle really likes the evergreen trees. In the city, I'm more partial to the deciduous. But I think that in the forests, that's where, this is where District 6 and District 5, or 7 getting a little bit of a fight. Sorry about that, Bob. All that to say is we need to be really forward thinking about what is going to be resilient into the future. In FreshBooks, I spoke to it yesterday. I do see that this one-time expansion of the FreshBooks program is not set up for 2027. First, I want to check in with Director Noble, because there is not funding for this FreshBooks increase in 2027. Is that or is that not included in our structural deficit formula?
As a result of some conversations we had with CBO in the last couple of weeks, it actually is in the deficit.
Okay.
So the 30 million, well, just under $30 million for federal backfill is identified as a 2027 expenditure. The executive may want to speak to this more specifically. I think the notion is that we don't know exactly where the best way to target those dollars will be in 27, because we don't know what's coming down the line, if you will. So there would be money to continue this at essentially the same funding levels. Again, assuming you can resolve that $140 million deficit?
Thank you. I'm going to save that question for the side, just noting that the structural deficit, I'll come back to the structural deficit. Seeing in Green New Deal, I will circle back with you about ensuring that we understand the concerns regarding the reductions, et cetera. Councilmember Rink, as chair of the committee, spoke to it better than I did. Noting with building efficiency performance standards, I appreciate the technological advancement that you were able to change. I just want to ensure that we are setting up building and building owners for success because retrofits are so expensive. I will take this moment as chair's prerogative to note that buildings that were built between the 1950s and the late 80s, early 90s were poorly designed. They're ugly. They're not standing the test of time. This was the change of once we had central cooling and heating, and we relied on really inefficient ways to do so. But colleagues, I say that because before we had central cooling, you can see the Dexter Horton building across the street. You can see the King County Administration, King County Courthouse as compared to the King County Administration building. King County Administration building is ugly as can be. It relies on fossil fuels. The King County Courthouse also relies on fossil fuels, but you see all of the there's windows in every room so that you could open up those windows. So just maybe we need to, I'm going to stop myself there. I'm just saying that the 1950s to 80s were a poor time in our architectural history. Yeah, 60s, 70s. Do you have a question about the heavy duty vehicle electrification? What's our status there? And maybe I missed it, but I don't see something in the budget book regarding this. What's our status with electrifying these heavy-duty vehicles, whether they're fire engines or large trucks?
Actually, drayage trucks in partnership with the Port of Seattle. So there will be some announcements coming up soon about some partnerships between the City of Seattle and the Port of Seattle around electrifying drayage trucks.
Wonderful. Love that news. Urban forestry, I'm going to make a statement and maybe we can follow up offline. The statement is that I find it difficult to manage and track all of Seattle's urban forestry work as it's divided across so many different departments. I was going to ask you for your perspective. I know we're short on time, but is there anything that you'd like to share, strengths, weaknesses about the current system that we have?
I think there has been a lot going on with trees that has been very focused in OPCD and SDCI right now as part of the comp plan. So that has been a thing within itself. And I think OSE has been focused on addressing the canopy cover disparities, a $12 million federal grant to look at very specific neighborhoods and building deep partnership with those communities, as well as transitioning. The Urban Forestry Commission has 7 new members, so onboarding, making sure that commission can be everything that we want it to be as a key advisor and partner in this has been the focus on our office. So that's like the big picture view. I think we're at a moment where I think we're going to see some changes in terms of all of these urban forestry efforts coming together to be more streamlined and strategic. OSE has played a role to convene a core team across many different departments to make sure that the staff are talking to each other about the work that we're doing. And one of the things that we are just about completing is kind of a communications strategy to make sure that our messaging is one Seattle messaging and that we are doing that internally and taking that out to our residents. So I want to affirm with you, I hear you, and I think there's really good work happening, and I look forward to following up with you, and maybe we could do a specific tree briefing that we can kind of talk through all the different pieces and how they fit together.
Thank you. I have very clearly stated that last week I have met my commitments of the 2023 tree ordinance in submitting what I believe the changes needed to be. I will not be leading the tree work from here on out. I'll let one of my colleagues take that up. I appreciate everyone's interest in this effort. Parks Department, if you want to start coming in, I'm going to now transfer it back to Councilmember Rink for final comments, and I'll let you departments say anything, last comments as well, just generally. So over to Councilmember Rink, and then you all have last comments.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you all for coming before us today. Thank you, Interim Director Caulfield, also for stepping up to lead the office. Colleagues, I spoke with passion when we opened up this presentation because of the impending crisis of our climate and what it means for our neighbors, the devastating impact on regions, not just here in the US, but also in the global South, and what this means for our shared future. And to be clear, this isn't just a Councilmember Ring thing. I hear from constituents all the time about their tremendous concern about how our future may look if we do not take action now. And actually, my office meets with a group called Gen Z of Tomorrow once a month. And we always come back to two big topics, affordability and climate. And our region and our state is currently out of step with where the federal government is in a lot of different ways, but particularly in climate and when we're considering a green energy future. And I think we should be proud that our state has reaffirmed our commitment to fighting climate change by defending the Climate Commitment Act, and our city is taking strides in reducing emissions from the building emissions performance standards legislation and implementation, but also our continued access to public transit, bringing online more rapid rides, expansion to light rail. These are important investments. And still, I want to close with my concern, voicing my concern with the current state of the federal government that Seattle will not get the support that we need in terms of green energy transformation and for our transportation projects. And it's important to uplift that 60% of our emissions within City of Seattle still come from transportation. So we have a ways to go when we're talking about reducing our emissions. We've already heard this morning that OSC has been unable to get any correspondence from the U.S. Department of Energy on whether an already approved $18 million grant to support clean buildings will actually be deployed. Needless to say, that's highly unusual, I imagine. To me, this means that as a city, we need to do everything we can to fight climate change, and I appreciate that this work is reflected in the work of OSC. And finally, I just want to, again, highlight these major investments for the proposed Fresh Bucks program. Clearing the backlog is huge as access to SNAP is rolled back, and I'm proud to see the city stepping up in this way. Thank you, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Any last comments from the department?
Appreciate the partnership. It's important.
Thank you so much. We're going to now transfer into the third agenda item. Clerk, will you please read the third agenda item into the record?
Agenda item 3, Seattle Parks and Recreation.
Thank you. I'll take this moment in the transition to also just share my perspective when it comes to the climate crisis. It's critical that we bake into everything that we do addressing climate crisis. And I think that that's exemplified here by the Parks Department. It's exemplified by SDCI in many ways. This is something that we just have to do across the board and in everything we do. I know that this is also part of the answer to a question I'll ask later about the Discovery Park Visitor Center and the reason it's taking so long to get it reopened. But with that small filibuster now, I see that we've got the presentation up. And I'll let Superintendent A.P. Diaz introduce himself and his team.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, Budget Chair Strauss and council members. A pleasure to be here. I'm A.P. Diaz, Superintendent of Seattle Parks and Recreation, and I'm joined today by our Budget Manager, Amy Williams. Alex Vaughn, our incoming Chief of Staff and Assistant Superintendent, is in our audience today. We are all happy to be here today to present the Mayor's proposed budget for Seattle Parks and Recreation. This is a strong budget reflecting sage investments in youth, environmental learning, health and wellness, public safety, community engagement, and enhanced quality of life and public spaces that make Seattle the 8th highest ranked park system in America and the only U.S. city designated by the United Nations as a role model city for urban forest regeneration and community engagement through our Green Seattle Partnership. We also have an important motto here at the Department of Seattle Parks and Recreation, which is Seattle Shines. Parks are a reminder that we are the shining source of strength, sustainability, and wellness for our community, that even in our dark and gray days in Seattle, our parks and recreation system continuously shines to deliver places and spaces to get us into nature, to recreate, to rejuvenate. Parks serve as public forums and as places of community where we come together and where we thrive. Seattle Shines means we are park proud and a source of light in our increasingly dense and complex city. Before we jump in, I would also like to thank and acknowledge Director Eder, his team, our stellar CBO and central staff analyst, Mayor Harrell, our great city and civic partners, and all those who have supported and contributed to today's presentation. With that, let me highlight a couple of key changes included in the mayor's proposed budget that I'm especially excited to share with you today. First, the proposed budget fully funds environmental learning. As you were aware, a 50% reduction was anticipated for this line of business in the 2026 endorsed budget, and this is no longer the case. Next, the proposed budget also includes increased resources for restroom maintenance, graffiti abatement, and vandalism response, which I know is important to the council and which I will describe more in upcoming slides. Also, I'm pleased to share that the mayor's proposed 6-year CIP funds safety improvements at Gasworks Park and provides resources for the Green Lake Community Center and Evans Pool project to move forward in one phase. And lastly, we will be highlighting robust investments in public safety, capital projects, general fund savings, park district project, and the FEP levy, to name a few. Before getting into more specifics, I'd like to share that as we approach the mid-biennial budget process, we centered our mission in the desire to preserve critical services for community and to support our mission to support healthy people, a thriving environment, and vibrant community. As a result, we are primarily recommending options that saved general fund dollars through one-time efficiencies in our use of Park District resources, following a review of our community center project schedules and the fund balance. This approach minimizes service impacts and allows parks to stay on track with meeting our MPD Cycle 2 commitments. After we walk through these efficiencies, we'll outline some additional investments to support clean, safe, and welcoming parks and vibrant community spaces. Having just covered the overall approach, the slide you see now shows at the highest level our proposed budget increases by $15.3 million. That's 4.4% from our 2025 adopted budget. This increase reflects higher labor costs in 2026 based on the annual wage and market wage adjustment, increased funding for Park District investments per the Cycle 2 financial plan, and expanded investments such as for the park safety, graffiti abatement, which we'll walk through more. We'll also walk through the general fund savings on the next slide, but basically the reduction you are seeing here between the 2026 endorsed and 2026 proposed is offset by an increase in other funds from use of the one-time Park District fund balance and a review of community center project timelines. Most notably, the use of Park District funds comes from a review of community center project timelines and also results in shifting the appropriation for bond financing for these projects from the 2026 to the 2027 in the CIP. So the change to the long-term general obligation bond fund shown here is not as dramatic as it first appears. This view just doesn't show it being added to 2027. Finally, I'd like to point out that the proposed budget allocates $128 million of general fund to support SPR's existing parks and recreation services and lines of business. This appropriation maintains the general fund floor requirement set by the interlocal agreement between the City of Seattle and the Park District, which is calculated at $126.7 million for 2026. The slide you see now dives deeper into the realignment of the one-time Park District Fund to cover $7.5 million of core services supported by the general fund in the 2026 endorsed budget. First, about $4 million of this is achieved by shifting planned debt service for the 5 Cycle 2 community center renovation projects from 2026 to 2027, bringing the appropriation in line with updated project schedules. As discussed on the last slide, the 2026 endorsed budget assumed the issuance of $150 million in bond funding for our community center projects and related contingency, and therefore the endorsed budget also assumed approximately $6.7 million in appropriation to cover related debt service. The proposed budget allocates $2.7 million directly to Green Lake Evans Pool project to continue planning and design of the project in 2026 in preparation for construction in 2027 or early 28. This approach is consistent with the FAS practices to limit debt financing of the planning phase of projects. The remaining $4.0 million is being utilized for general fund savings, as all the other projects have sufficient funding to continue progress in 2026. We also want to note that while not a 2026 budget item, the CIP and Park District Financial Plan now assumes an increase in bond funding for the regional Green Lake Evans Pool project to allow this project to proceed in one phase versus two as originally funded. This is primarily funded by reallocating debt services planned to support capital improvements from other sources. While the project funding is reallocated, SPR will assess use of our unreinforced masonry inventory to continue to be on pace to complete this work by the end of cycle 2. The remaining $3.5 million of general fund offset is supported by a one-time reallocation of Park District underspend generated by lower than forecasted one-time payments last year, coupled with citywide hiring freezes. I'll also note here that the technical implementation of what these funds swaps are doing in the ground maintenance line of business, which you will see on an upcoming slide. On November 5th, 2025, Seattle voters will vote on the new Department of Education and Early Learning Deal Families Education Preschool and Promise levy renewal. The mayor's proposed FEP levy renewal includes funding for certain SPR youth programming services related to environmental learning, nature deficit reductions, and the inclusion of out-of-school time programs at Seattle Public School sites and Red Barn Ranch, as well as the partial restoration of a 2026 endorsed budget reduction to environmental learning. As you know, the City Council amended the proposed FEP levy renewal to fully restore this funding, and we are grateful for your investment in our youth. Therefore, the proposed budget fully reinstates funding for our environmental programming and Discovery Park Environmental Learning Center operations and 7.35 FTEs representing 9 positions. As a result, SPR will no longer seek a public-private partnership to operate the Discovery Park ELC, while the Discovery Park Early Environmental Learning Center continues to be temporarily closed due to flood damage. The staff will be supporting other ELCs and citywide environmental programming. While not related to the FEP levy, I'll also take this opportunity to share that on the capital side, the proposed budget includes funding to continue planning and design to address damages at Discovery Park due to water damage and mechanical room issues, and at Camp Long Lodge due to the arson. More specifically, we've added project design for the Discovery Park ELC to an existing effort related to decarbonization. The current estimated construction cost is approximately $2.5 million. While the proposed CIP does not include this funding, we remain committed to exploring opportunities to realign funding in the 2026 through a 2026 budget ordinance, which should be project ready to move to construction. Following stabilization of Camp Long Lodge in 2025, design is proceeding for a renovation that we anticipate will be substantial alterations to the existing building, triggering new code upgrades to each of its systems. Along with accessibility improvements, this renovation will require an involved design, review, and permitting process. We therefore anticipate construction no earlier than 2028, and we are considering options of how to fund the construction. But the work needed up until that point is fully funded in the mayor's proposed budget. Returning back to the FEP levy, the proposed budget shifts funding supporting youth access to nature at Red Barn Ranch to the levy. The 2026 endorsed budget had assumed payroll expense taxes funding for this purpose. The proposed budget also shifts general fund support of SPR's out-of-school time line of business to the levy. We consider this more of a technical change, as most of the line of business is currently funded under contract with Seattle Public Schools, funded by the FEP levy, to support community learning centers at Seattle Public School sites. In fact, neither of these changes affect programming or service levels. They are technical proposals changing the funding source to continue our enrichment of youth throughout Seattle. The proposed budget also makes several investments in public restrooms, ranging from increased maintenance, which I'll cover here, to one-time capital investments, which I'll cover in an upcoming slide. The proposed budget restores $515,000 of funding on an ongoing basis for park maintenance with an emphasis on restroom maintenance and cleaning. As you may recall, the 2025 adopted budget reduced park and natural area maintenance by approximately $590,000 through the abrogation of 1 full-time and 7 part-time positions. The proposed budget reinstates 4 of the part-time maintenance positions to focus on park restroom cleaning during peak seasons. It also adds 1 planning and development specialist to coordinate the department's continued focus on implementation, reporting, tracking of best practices as related to restrooms in line with SPR's response to the city's audit 2025 restroom audit. Funding for these positions comes from a realignment of baseline resources no longer needed to support debt service as the debt has been fully paid. Fully paid, that's great news. Also, as I mentioned earlier, the implementation of the $7.5 million general fund savings through Park District realignment is showing here in the grounds maintenance line of business budget. More specifically, you'll see the 2026 proposed column shows less general fund and more other fund than the endorsed column, but the overall resources remain steady. The Mayor's One Seattle graffiti abatement plan announced in October 2022 contains 5 pillars intended to beautify Seattle and address a surge in graffiti throughout new strategies and increased budget investments. To further implementation of this vision, the Mayor's proposed budget adds $1.6 million and 6 FTEs across SPR, SDOT, and Arts, bringing the city's total investment to $6.1 million. With that context in mind, specifically for Parks and Recreation, the proposed budget adds $1.3 million and 2 FTAs related to graffiti abatement and prevention efforts. This includes transferring graffiti nuisance code enforcement staff and a budget of approximately $600,000 from SPU to SPR. There is also associated budget legislation that amends Seattle Municipal Code to provide SPR authority to enforce the graffiti nuisance code. An additional $175,000 of general fund also transfers from SPU to SPR to support graffiti abatement on SDOT's parking pay stations. And another $500,000 of general fund is added to SPR for enhanced graffiti abatement and prevention strategies. This funding will support necessary materials, supplies, and staffing for abatement surges, as well as contracting with vendors. Finally, a budget-neutral funding change is made for a one-time $700,000 investment supporting a citywide graffiti abatement contract with which Council added in the 2026 endorsed budget. As you can see, the chart on this slide, the $700,000 moves from Parks and Recreation Fund, our other funds line, to the general fund, along with these other transfers and investments. The city's downtown activation team, which we refer to as DAT, launched in September 2024 and includes more than 10 city departments working hard toward a vibrant Seattle by addressing the challenges of clean, safe, and revitalized downtown neighborhoods with a compassionate, coordinated, and place-based approach. To date, SPR has been supporting these priority efforts with existing staff, mostly on an unfunded overtime model, which is not sustainable over the long term. Therefore, the 2026 budget includes additional general fund to support the citywide effort to keep parks safe and welcoming with a new park ranger team, including 1 park ranger supervisor and 2 park rangers, expanding the team from 28 to 31, as well as funding for additional park maintenance efforts at downtown parks, as well as supporting important safety support for Little Saigon, the CID, and other streets and park areas throughout the city. Park rangers promote the positive use of city parks, education, and assist park visitors, and seeks voluntary compliance with laws and rules at our city's parks. Adding 3 park rangers to support this initiative will tremendously help increase safety. Our final slide covers one-time investments supporting 3 emergent capital projects and priorities. First, the proposed budget includes $2 million of combined investment in park restrooms funded by REIT to help ensure greater access for our restrooms. $500,000 has been added to support ongoing efforts to weatherize SPR's park restrooms that close seasonally. Specifically, the proposal supplements a Park District Cycle 2 investment, recognizing certain sites will require more effort and investment to operate year-round than anticipated. SPR park restrooms are not identical and require individual approaches to weatherize each facility. As an example, Kinnear Park has gates to lock at night rather than doors, as open-air floors is often considered a positive for park restrooms. However, open-air floor is a hindrance to keeping restrooms operational in the winter, and the pipes will often freeze. Modifying this facility to add doors while ensuring ADA accessibility is maintained will require additional consideration and may require permitting. This funding will support those efforts and address unique challenges at 8 other sites. An additional $1.5 million is also added to support our response to ongoing restroom vandalism and associated increasing cost. This additional one-time infusion of REIT supplements SPR's baseline funding, bringing the total 2026 appropriation for restroom renovation and repairs to $5.5 million. As an aside, we recognize the interest in the specific sites that will be supported through our restroom renovation program, so the list of our planned sites was provided earlier this week as a part of our response to pre-budget questions. This list includes the additional funding as well as other funding in the CIP through the Park District Cycle 2. The proposed budget adds $1.8 million of one-time park fund resources for much-needed important safety improvements at Gasworks Spark. More specifically, the project will remove certain permanent fixtures from the cracking towers. These appurtenances have been used by trespassers and include catwalks, ladders, support framing, select piping and valving, and pipe selections that currently extend beyond the security fencing. Improvements will also include the installation of security lighting to uplight the towers from purposely placed fixtures around the perimeter of the towers to not only enhance safety, but to serve as a deterrence for accidents. Finally, the budget includes $1 million of one-time King County levy resources to support contractually required improvements at the West Side Moorage. The cost of this project has increased due to permitting delays and additional environmental requirements. This project will install a large floating breakwater with transient boat moorage and a boat sewage pump, as well as the new public access point for the general public. That's the end of our formal presentation. Thank you for giving me the opportunity to share the mayor's proposed budget. I want to thank the mayor again for his strong investment and commitment to parks and public space safety. And Amy and I are happy to take any questions as we thank you for your time, attention, and leadership in overseeing the city's budget process.
Thank you, Superintendent Diaz. I see Director Ben Noble has a question. I'll then turn it over to Councilmember Joy Hollingsworth as chair of the committee overseeing your department.
I actually want to just make a general point about funding approaches, and I think there's a slide here that does a really good job of that. I think it might be useful just as general background before you dive into questions. So you go to slide 3 real quick. And I don't mean to be picking on parks on this, but I think if I were you, if you will, underlying question of how it is that the 2026 budget can be so robustly funded and yet we can face a significant deficit as early as 2027. And this slide actually gives you an example of the creative work that the Budget Office has done to sustain the 2026 budget and what it implies or potentially about 2027. So in this case, the general fund has been relieved of $7.5 million of funding responsibility, if you will, in 2026, which again has allowed those monies to be used directed other places. And it has been relieved of that by 2 significant one-time sources. The Park District, the debt payments are going to be made a year later, so there's resources available in 26 that won't be available in 27. And similarly, there's a fund balance, a one-time fund balance on the operating side of the Park District that can be deployed. So we've got $7 million plus of one-time resource, 7.5, that's going to support the general fund in 2026. It will not be there in 2027. Those capital, that debt will be issued, the obligations for the payments will arise to the city, and the Parks District fund balance won't exist. So again, just an illustration at a high level of how it is we can be supporting this funding in 2026, but then face a cliff in 2027. And it is both creative and it creates this risk. And it's a great tangible example. And it occurs throughout the budget, essentially by definition. That's how it is. You can be funding these operational costs and then still face a deficit in 27. So I will end there and appreciate the little side trip, if you will.
Director Noble, that's very helpful and gets to the question that I had in the last presentation about the structural budget deficit. And you'll see from me this year, colleagues, either a statement of legislative intent or my starting to draft the parameters that define the algorithm that tells us what the structural deficit is. Because as Director Noble just described here as a creative solution to addressing the cash on hand versus structural deficit, I will also say, recall Director Eater's response to, I can't remember whose question of, well, what are we going to do in 2027? Director Eater, if I may paraphrase from you, you said, we always come up with a solution. And I think that this is an example of one of those solutions. I'm going to pass it over to Councilmember Joy Hollingsworth. Before I do so, colleagues, we are 20 minutes until 1 p.m. We're just starting questions and answers. I'm going to ask us to be here until 1:30, but I also, if we have 17 and a half more days of budget in committee, so I just ask, I'm going to just put my questions on the record so that we don't have to get through all of the back and forth. But if we continue at the schedule of questions, answers, back and forth statements, etc., we will be here for another 19 meetings because we'll have to start scheduling meetings because we'll be overflowing. That's my friendly reminder for today. Councilmember Joy Hollingsworth, as chair of the committee that oversees the department, you are recognized.
Thank you, Councilmember Strauss. You said my full government name, so I appreciate that. Well, Joy's my middle name, but thank you. Thank you, and thank you, Director Noble, for that background. That really super helpful, and Councilmember Strauss for adding to that, because that helps set the table. And thank you, Superintendent Diaz, colleagues. I want to express my love, obviously, for parks. All of us have love for parks, from the alternatives, public safety alternatives, to the park rangers, and vital partnerships with the Unified Care Team, and collaborative connection with our city auditor's office for public restrooms. The department, I think, has taken on a lot of challenges since 2020 and the shifting of our parks and what that looks like. And obviously our leadership team, but I do want to take this moment, and I know, we spend a lot of time, thank you, but just for the record, I just want to put it that the crew chiefs, the ball field coordinators, the park maintenance crews, the bathroom attendees, the recreation attendants, the lifeguards, the people answering the phones, the people managing the park's email, the info at the park's email, which is phenomenal, always has answers to questions. The people who manicure the park, and the people that just take care of the green spaces at the community centers, everyone, thank you for all of your work. And I've had a number of times in meeting people and connecting with folks and just understanding some of the challenges and things that people go to, but also why they do what they do. One of the things, a quick question, and this is just for the record, and Superintendent Diaz will do a deep dive into some of the stuff, but one of the things I wanted to highlight was and we've heard a lot of feedback, were the restrooms, and making opportunities for people to use those restrooms. And I think this budget highlights, I know that at Cal Anderson, in particular in our district, that there are some bathroom attendants and there's some mitigation going around, making sure that vandalism doesn't happen. We can keep them clean. And so I really appreciate a lot of that, holistic approach in, just like the painting of bathrooms and creating artwork and spaces, having attendants being able to manage some of the challenges that we have with keeping them open. And then the winterizing them and prevention, I think, is key as well. The other thing I wanted to highlight was our Seattle Parks Rangers as well. I know it's a great program and it's being expanded. One of the things I will, and no knock on Councilmember Kettle's district or District 7 or downtown, I know that there's one position that's allocated towards that. I'm going to be advocating for all those positions to be for that to extend into other districts as well, just because I think we spend a lot of time of giving downtown a lot of energy, and they have a lot of resources, which I agree, but oftentimes it gets spread out some of the challenges into other districts. And we've seen it in District 2, my district in District 3, goes to District 4, creeps over to Ballard. A lot of times that we're spending a ton of money and attention to downtown, those challenges go into our district. And so just wanted to make sure that every district has a downtown and in a business district, and just want to make sure that we're highlighting that. But other than that, I don't have any questions. I will do a deep dive in because I don't want to take up space. So thank you, Chair Strauss, and I will turn it over to my colleagues because I spent a lot of time with Park. So thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Joy Hollingsworth. I see Councilmember Mark Solomon, followed by Councilmember Kettle, followed by Councilmember Saka, followed by Councilmember Rink, and then I've got questions. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We've got 5 people on deck. If each of us talk for 10 minutes, that's an hour. Over to you, Councilmember Solomon.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I am not going to take that much time. I just had a couple of quick questions regarding some of the capital, capital projects. Looking at the slide, there are a couple that I didn't see there that I did want to ask about real briefly. And Superintendent, you and I talked about the Mount Baker Bathhouse the other day, and just hoping that there's money in the budget for the rebuild there. As well as for the repurposing of the parking lot at Jose Rizal. So can you speak to that real quick?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Solomon. Oh, sorry. Thank you, sir. In response to your questions, first, pleased to report that just this week we're finishing the demolition of the Mount Baker bathhouse that burned down. Don't know the extent yet of what the rebuild cost will be. So the next step will be to have our teams go in and assess. With these unfortunate arsons that occur, we rely a lot of times on our major maintenance fund to pull through to sometimes do the renovations, but we need to determine and assess what the exact damage is going to be. And also, as you know, when we rebuild something, it often triggers new codes, ADA improvements, et cetera. So I don't have an exact number yet, but it's something that we will assess and then come up with a plan as soon as possible. Unfortunately, this past year, we've experienced a number of arsons throughout the city, and it really does hurt our public spaces and our public monies. And forgive me, sir, I can't remember your second question.
I was asking about the repurposing of the parking lot at Jose Rizal.
Yes, we are working on plans right now. That's a project that we worked on to enhance public safety there, and we're looking at ways to repurpose the parking lot into more expandable park use. So that is moving forward.
Okay, great, thank you. Final question I have is something that we've been getting a lot of feedback about, and that's the traffic calming on Lake Washington Boulevard. It seems that we do have some speed cushions that have been installed, but the installation of the remainder has been stalled, and neighbors are wondering why. I know that there was that large meeting last December where there was pushback from a lot of folks about the speed cushions. I will note that a lot of the folks who were expressing that pushback do not actually live in that neighborhood. So I know, hearing from folks that, or hearing from park staff that the project was paused because of the divisiveness of opinion as to whether it should move forward or not. I can tell you from listening to the people who actually live, in that community, they want to see those improvements completed. So, just wondering if there's, does your capital budget also look at including the completion of the Lake Washington Boulevard safety improvements?
Yes, thank you for that question. What we are doing right now in this pause is, you're correct, there's a lot of community division about this project, but we do have funding for the entire project. What we've decided to do, because we work in partnership with SDOT and speed humps and bumps require traffic engineering. Our SDOT is currently doing an analysis of the current ones that were installed. So the initial, I believe it was 20-something, were installed on the street. We've asked them to report back on what the traffic engineers' studies are finding Are they effective? Are they working? Are they the right size and the right kind before we jump into the installation of the next project? But we know that the community is very much anxious to hear about those results, and we hope to. We had that big community meeting. You're right, and we hope to have another one soon once we get those reports back from SDOT.
Okay, thank you very much. I can tell you from personal experience, it slowed me down. So they're working. Thank you very much, Chair.
Thank you, Councilmember Solomon, Councilmember Kettle, then Councilmember Saka, then Councilmember Rink.
Okay, thank you, Chair Strauss. I'll be quick. I'll just go through some of the points made in the briefing and some general points otherwise. So, Superintendent, welcome, Mr. Diaz, and also Ms. Williams. Thank you for joining us today. Appreciate you highlighting Discovery Parks, not in my district, but I share Magnolia with Chair Strauss. It's important to include the work on the environmental learning piece. I think that was a win-win and a good step forward. So thank you for highlighting that. I also wanted to note, not mentioned, but we have the World Cup coming, FIFA World Cup coming, and Lake Union Park, Westlake, Freeway Park. There's a number of parks that are going to be in the press to be ready by World Cup. And I just wanted to raise that because that's kind of a unique circumstance as we go into the 2026 budget year, having such a massive event. And like those three, for example, are parks that do have some action that need to be done because they're part of the FIFA World Cup process. On the public safety side, I appreciate your highlighting the graffiti program. Very important. Thank you to everyone involved in that. And also for the 3 FTEs for the park ranger. These complementing, features are so important for what I'll call, given Councilmember Hollingsworth's comment, the greater downtown effort that we're doing, not just downtown, or as Chair Strauss says, the Washington. I don't know if you heard earlier for that, but downtown is there for the entire state. So thank you for highlighting those things. In terms of District 7, part of this is keeping things on schedule. We can't have any sliding to the right. There's been some that have been slid to the right in our district for quite a while. But like, for example, we have, I think everything is tracking on schedule for Smith Cove, for Portal Park, which is really important, and also Big Howe, very important parks in terms of maintaining the schedule. Also, work I know that's ongoing. And by the way, thank you to your staff, Mr. Sheffer and others. I really appreciate their work, Mr. Thorpe. But work on Mayfair Park, Counterbalance Park, Little Howe Park, Victor Steinbrook is important. David Rogers Park needs an irrigation system. And I just want to let you know, thank you also, not just to SPR, but we've also been working with the Seattle Parks Foundation and King County, because there's pieces there too that really augment what we're trying, particularly on the financing side, the budget side of things, so it's really important. And I just want to say, finally, I really do appreciate all the work that the Parks Department does, the people, all the folks that make things happen. We say FTEs in budget world, but they're real people. And I just want to say thank you for that, for their work. I mentioned earlier with OSE, the green belts, our parks, all that work that needs to be done, just making things happen. Really appreciate it. And we also need to look out for them in the sense of Central West Parks. It's like the working environment that they're in, the facilities that you have within parks that they work in, they use in order to do the work for us, is also something that we need to look out. That goes to the morale of the men and women of the park, and the work, having a good workplace support system, support facilities and the like. So I just wanted to highlight Central West as being something that I'll ask my team to dig into. I'm not sure, also, of course, with Councilmember Hollingsworth. Okay, was that less than 10 minutes?
I think so.
Okay, thank you.
Fantastic.
Thank you,
Councilmember Saka, anything you'd like to share?
I just said thank you.
Superintendent, fantastic. Councilmember Saka, you were recognized.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Superintendent Diaz, for being here today, and appreciate all the hard work from you and your team, the entire team at Parks Department, and for everything you do to make us, I think you said number 8 in the country, top parks in America, which is terrific. And so I have a question about Camp Long. And as you know, in November 2024, Camp Long in West Seattle suffered a significant damage, fire likely due to arson. And you and I had I had the pleasure to tour this facility, and you joined me. I really appreciate that tour of the post-fire incident damage earlier this summer with you and your team. But I noted in the budget that the CIP budget identifies some insurance dollars to help ameliorate the damage, but further updates are not currently slated until 2028, I believe. And I looked on the website somewhere about this and learned that the current plan is for any new construction won't start until 2031, which is 7 years after, if true, would be 7 years after the initial fire. And so I think the exact timing of construction is principally a policy decision. All that is to say is at that time when we met earlier and throughout the year, appreciate your partnership and that of the mayor's office and helping to rebuild. But I shared with you my vision to rebuild Camp Long and rebuild it better, and to have a better center that's more accessible, more welcoming for all. And yes, maintaining the existing core functionality and features, but building back better means more than just sort of, the nitty-gritty requisite infrastructure upgrades and code upgrades you're going to need to comply with current code. Like, that goes sight unseen for the most time. Like to add more amenities or features and functionality. That's what I mean by build back better. But in any event, can you update us on the efforts to address the damage at Camp Long, and what more can the council do to move this project along at a faster pace?
Well, thank you for your question. And first of all, I know many of the members and many residents of Seattle share in the sentiment of the Parks Department that it really pains us, this arson at Camp Long. All, arsons are terrible. We've had bathrooms burned down this year. We've had the Mount Baker bathhouse burned down. We have, a greenbelt that was burned down. And then everybody's treasured, beloved Camp Long, nearly 100-year facility that's been providing a unique camping experience right in the heart of the city that serves children with disabilities and does specialized recreational programming, that someone would come in and burn that building down. It's just tragic. So first of all, as I've mentioned to you on our site walks, this is something that I've prioritized for our department. We first had to go through the insurance process, as you noted, and we had to, for people who are wondering, well, why was that burning structure still standing for so long? It's because when you take down things too quickly, it affects insurance. So insurance needs to go in and assess, and we need to be able to figure that out. And we toured the burnt charred site together. What we're doing now is, thankfully, through insurance and other fundings, we do have the money to do the demolitions, the assessment, and to begin to plan this Build Back Better design process that you talked about. All I can say is that we don't know the full extent of what the new program will the new building and structure will look like, and what amenities we can potentially add and take advantage of a bad situation. But we are fully committed to rebuilding this beloved, treasured space for the city. And, as Dan Eder mentioned, we have, we have ways of trying to find projects to get done. We can't promise a timeline right now, and it's certainly not within the proposed budget you'll be voting on, the entire project in its entirety. But I also want to take a nod to that sentiment that the budget chair or the budget director mentioned, as well as Councilmember Kettle was just talking about other partners we have that expressed interest, the Seattle Parks Foundation. We have some really strong philanthropic partners in the city, and I think if this council wants to help that, we can continue to tell this story. And I think many people will want to come in and perhaps help us build this, because it's a treasure for kids. And then we hope to realize that project as soon as possible. So right now, our current anticipated project is to begin construction no earlier than 2028. But But if things do materialize, we are going to continue to explore every single avenue to get that back line as quickly as possible.
Thank you. Appreciate that, and just reemphasizing my priority to kind of jumpstart that effort and expedite it in any way possible, so we can ultimately build back better. So, want to.
Oh, he had some. Dan
Oh.
had some.
Jumping in, I
Oh,
don't want
yeah,
to interrupt
sure.
you, council member. My understanding, Superintendent, is that the $2.6 million that we've received from the insurance proceeds for the following the arson is that $2.6 million is sufficient to do the planning, design, and permitting that we that's all the money that we need to do all that work, and will get us to the point of construction, as you say, as early as, but possibly, depending on how that design goes, possibly somewhat later than 2028. Am I understanding that correct?
Yes, that's correct.
I think that's an important consideration. We didn't end up adding any additional money to the budget beyond the insurance proceeds, because our understanding is that the project is fully funded effectively up to the point of construction, and then we'll need construction dollars.
Thank you. And so that $2.6 million, which from insurance proceeds, which covers, as you noted, planning, design, and permitting, will that, just to clarify, will that also cover the design work to help us achieve my vision in this, I think, which is a shared one, to build back better?
Yes, certainly. I mean, we'll be giving direction to the people doing the design review and planning the design that these are the elements that we want and that we need. And then, as Director Eder mentioned, then we will be able to assess what a cost might look like. Of course, there will be options and variables and things that we'll need to decide as a team. But yes, the design process will be part of that to envision what the new center will look like.
All right, thank you. 2 more questions, and I've trimmed it down from 5. We'll follow up offline on the others. But parks restrooms. So as the chair noted, and as an aside, I have some Parks Committee envy. You can't sit on every committee as a council member, but this is one committee that I really wish, would love to have been able to sit on. But I'm comforted by the close work that my office, and yours do on a regular, continuing, ongoing basis, despite the fact that I don't sit on that committee. But I also sit on the board, the broader board, which is cool, even though we don't meet as frequently. But so D1 restrooms, in the audit that was the city audit released earlier this year, revealed more opportunities for improvement of the cleanliness and maintenance and prevention pieces to address the severe problematic vandalism going on and graffiti going on in certain restrooms. And we learned separately from the audit that there's a top list of 20 or a bottom list of 20 worst restrooms across our city park system. And District 1 is disproportionately represented in that, with roughly 40% of the most problematic restrooms in the entire city of Seattle's park system being in District 1. Huge challenge, problem, and I think opportunity as well, including some gems that people from all over our region come to explore, like Lincoln Park, and I think Elkai was in there. And so in any event, we've had a number of conversations about that and check-ins about that over the months since that audit and those findings. The overwhelming majority of those findings, I think you all concurred with. But given the reality of budget constraints, how is Parks prioritizing restroom maintenance and access across the system? And what kind of progress have you made specifically with respect to those bottom 20, the worst 20 parks?
Well, I think the slide that we went over and the funding that's being added to the budget reflects the mayor's strong response to the audit and the recognition that we need more public restrooms. The public restrooms we have in parks are often used by a variety of people. And so we're really thankful for the money that's been given to us, because initially we were going to have to maybe decline maintenance staff and not be able to respond to the restroom situations. But the infusion of investment in this program will allow us to actually continue and do that dedicated maintenance to take care of the weatherization, to address the not only the problematic bathrooms that were pointed out in the audit, which were a snapshot of our entire park system, but also citywide, looking how we can, better improve these public spaces. I think I've mentioned before to this committee and others that we're looking at potential use of self-cleaning restrooms and other innovative, unique restrooms that can be brought online without as much infrastructure cost. So we're going to continue to provide more dedication, emphasis on maintenance of public restrooms, and we're thankful for this money that's been given, because it's an important part of our strategy to do that.
Thank you. And cleanliness and maintenance is a challenge, and so is the opportunity we have to harden certain of the restrooms and the infrastructure to make it more less acceptable to graffiti and tagging and vandalism. And you and I have previously talked about improvements that are needed in some spaces and opportunities like the new Portland Loo and self-cleaning restrooms. Are these part of and I think a few of those would be good candidates, certainly on a trial basis, for some of those most problematic parts in District 1. But are these kind of upgrades and improvements like the Portland Loo self-cleaning restrooms, are they part of the long-term strategy? And, rather than focusing on, or is the focus instead on remaining traditional facilities, if you will, with enhanced maintenance?
The long-term strategy is all of that. The long-term strategy is certainly taking care of existing structure, because we have those bathrooms in place. Some of them are newer, some of them are older, some of them haven't been winterized, et cetera. But we have a variety of tools in our quiver. One of them is an excellent, amazing project that we did with Department of Culture, Arts and Culture, where we beautified over 20 restrooms through local artists, which send a message to community that this isn't just an area that you can come and vandalize. It's actually a place that has a local mural and an artist, and it's been painted, and we believe that's a really positive strategy. The other strategy that you've talked about is looking at innovative, new, perhaps less expensive stand-up facilities that we could put in our park system in years ahead. And then I want to highlight a really great thing that I think was a large part came out of the participatory budgeting process. Was we're doing a pilot project, as you know, at Cal Anderson Park, where we're looking at adding restroom attendants. It's not only an enhancement for eyes and ears on the ground, perhaps an abatement and mitigation strategy to vandalism and other negative things that occur, but also is, workforce development and looking at other opportunities. So if that is a positive model that's being used in other parts of the world and in other countries, that might be another tool and strategies that in years to come we could build out more of a program focused on restroom attendance. And all of those things combined, we think will be a better provision of more enhanced restrooms for community in public park spaces.
Thank you. Park safety, I note the addition of parks rangers, new additional park ranger positions. But this was also the first year of the mayor's summer safety strategy, which was extremely important in District 1. And I want to thank the mayor's office, you as well, Superintendent, for helping to prioritize some of those parks that I requested, in Elki and some lesser known parks, but that are truly neighborhood gems like Cottage Grove and Greg Davis Park, which have been, unfortunately, the locations of some high-profile shootings earlier this year. Is it still too early to tell based off where we're at? But just curious to better understand how successful was that park summer safety strategy? Will that be an ongoing investment carrying forward into next year? Or will there be adjusted tweaks to it on a going forward basis?
Well, we're just on the conclusion of coming to the end of the summer. The plan is to take all of the entities that were involved in the summer safety plan and our partners through the police, community services, CARE, SPR. We're going to come together and assess what were the debrief, what were the strongest parts of the plan, what things could we improve on, what things can we do and prepare for next year. But I can say that this is an overall strategy. I mean, the mayor is committed to public safety and coming up with new and innovative ways to try to solve problems, whether that's through DAT or the DAP program, as well as the summer safety plan. And we also have a brand new police chief who, you know, the mayor has tasked with coming up with more community-centric policing models. And he's on the cusp of also implementing some of that and doing listening tours and talks with community throughout the city. So I think all of those things combined, I can say, yes, we are going to continue these concerted, combined efforts to be part of it. And our role through parks is to use our park rangers as well as our other maintenance teams or activation teams to be part of this holistic approach to safety in the city of Seattle. And so I think this is a really strong beginning, and there's been some successes, and there's going to be some things we're going to learn once we do that debrief.
Thank you. Thank you, Superintendent. Thank you, Chair. No further questions.
Thank you, Councilmember Saka. And just this is a practice that has been used in the past, which is if we are running short of time and you want to make sure you get all your questions on the record, you can just ask them, just tick down them, and the departments will respond. So it allows you to, I'm going to keep moving on. Councilmember Rink and Councilmember Rivera after that.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Superintendent Diaz, for being here today. I'm going to jump right into it so as to not upset the Chair. I know we're short on time. The One Seattle Graffiti Abatement Plan is being moved from SPU to Parks, including abatement, enforcement, and prevention efforts to the tune of $1.6 million. What are the measurable goals of this plan now that it'll be under the purview of Parks, and what would these two FTEs be doing?
Yeah. Do you have more specifics on that? Okay. I can tell you, so Amy was just telling me that part of our written Q&As is to give more details of those metrics. So we're providing that data right now. And I can tell you that this is also a savings proposal and an efficiency. So I think the move from SPU to SPR is a positive for the city. It's not going to be a detriment in service, so the effect of the city, but it's going to be combining resources. It's one of those city departments, it's one of those programs where, like tree services, and where you have multiple departments touching this work. And I think that when in consultation with the budget office, we looked at how could we create some efficiencies and still meet the goals of the graffiti abatement program. So what these additional rangers will do, graffiti rangers, not park rangers will work to support existing teams and help oversee the work that's being done by SDOT or maybe being done by other entities to have more of a centralized and concerted effort. And then, as I mentioned, there will also be the reason why we need this investment now is because we're going to be bringing forward legislation to the council to actually give the authority to parks to help to enforce abatement of graffiti on areas that are not just park districts. So some authority that SPU had before will just allow park graffiti rangers with the other teams to go out and continue to do graffiti abatement on, tunnels, on sidewalks, on other city structures or utility boxes, et cetera. So those additional, with that extended power, we'll have more ability to do that with additional bodies to support that work. And yes, so that's what the work is going to be on. So it's a budget savings to go from SPU to SPR, and then we will be continuing to do that work, but able to do more graffiti abatement throughout the city because we'll have more bodies to do that.
I believe the reason why it's a budget savings is because the overhead in parks, having the same work done by the same people in a different department, just has lower overhead costs in parks than in the large organization that SPU is.
Thank you for laying that out, and looking forward to a more detailed breakdown on the plan for graffiti abatement and just this move and what's everything detailed in that body of work. But I do have an additional question here because there's also a continuation of a temporary ad tax funded graffiti specialist position embedded in the mayor's office at $160,000. How does that position in the mayor's office fit into the operational structure of the parks program, and who's accountable to whom on delivering on the progress of that program?
Director Eater.
I'm sorry.
Councilmember Ring, can you restate your question?
Yeah.
Certainly. I'm highlighting that there's the continuation of a temporary ad tax funded graffiti specialist positioned within the mayor's office for $160,000. How does that position in the mayor's office fit into the operational structure for now SPR's program?
I think we're going to have to make that one of the questions that we follow up with you to get you a detailed answer on, because I just am not equipped to answer it right here.
Okay, understood. And my final question on this point that perhaps will be answered in writing, but again, want to state for the record, I'd like to understand the total number of FTEs working on graffiti abatement across city departments. As was mentioned, this is a cross-departmental effort, and so I'd like an understanding of the total number of FTEs. I know later in an SDOT presentation that several FTEs are working on graffiti mitigation there as well. So stating that for the record, would like further information. But switching gears a little bit, I see that there are a lot of great projects slated for capital improvements and maintenance and repair. What is the proposed plan and budget for the Langston Hughes Performing Arts Institute facility?
We do have money in 2026 for improvements at Langston Hughes. We do have money in the 2026 budget for improvements at Langston Hughes. And we can get you the amounts. I don't know off the top of my head, but it is budgeted.
And Councilmember, I'm told by my team that we will have an answer in the arts presentation for the graffiti abatement funding that you were asking about earlier.
Okay, great. Thank you both. Would certainly like more information about Langston Hughes Performing Arts Center as well. And I want to highlight just a thank you to Councilmember Solomon for asking about the speed bumps on Lake Washington Boulevard. Just quickly as a refresher, how much was allocated and not expended this year? And also if I can get clarity on the decision point that's upcoming, is it going to be a traffic engineer's decision or a parks decision ultimately on how we move forward?
Do we have the total? Okay, we don't have the total number that was allocated, but we can get that information back to you. And then it'll be a joint decision. It's a park boulevard, but again, we're not trying at all to deflect any responsibility. It's just that DOT has the safety traffic engineer and the knowledge that we don't have, and then combining. It's always been a combined joint project. Then we can make that decision together.
Understood, thank you. And Chair, I'll just read the next couple bit of my questions into the record and can follow up in writing on these points. What resources are being allocated for the community requested investments and/or continued court-ordered abatement for Denny Blaine Park? In the proposed capital, that's question number one, and then the second question being, in the proposed capital program, I see approximately $50 million for new park development. Do we have $50 million in parks, in projects already identified? How many of those projects have moved beyond pre-project stage 1 or stage 2 initiation, project definition and planning? And lastly, basically the same question for our community center rehabilitation and development line item in the CIP. Do we have $75 million in projects already identified, and how many of those have moved beyond stage 2? And so those will be the questions I am seeking answers in writing on. Thank you for the time, Chair. Thank you all for being here today.
Thank you, Councilmember Rink. Councilmember Rivera.
Thank you, Chair. Regarding graffiti abatement, I just want to say when it was at SPU, the Clean Cities team was working on that, and I want to give an acknowledgement to Idris Beauregard and Lee Moman, who both worked on graffiti among other things, of course. So, but do want to give a shout out and really have gratitude for them because they've worked with a lot of small businesses in my district. Now the Clean Cities team partnering with parks on getting some graffiti cleaned up from some of the small business and storefronts in the various commercial areas of the city. So helping small businesses, private property owners are responsible for graffiti abatement. They sometimes need some help with that. It gets costly when it's over and over again. So want to really appreciate that graffiti abatement program because that's one of the things that you all do in addition to the public areas, graffiti abatement in the public areas to beautify the space. And then also I know that when I was at Arts, we had a partnership with Parks and Andy Schiffer to do some murals and comfort stations at the parks, and that was to mitigate for graffiti and instead do some beautiful murals that artists could get hired to do to beautify spaces. So just want to call that out because I know the city does all of that, and folks don't always know. So for the public watching all of that, if you see a comfort station with a mural on it, that was part of this joint effort between Parks and the Office of Arts and Culture and the Mayor's Office. And that was also in partnership with the person in the Mayor's Office who I think Councilmember Rink you were referring to. That person, my understanding, well, at least then they were doing an IDT getting coordinated around graffiti because I know this is something that the mayor really cares about, as many of us do as well in our various districts that we represent. So thank you for all of that. Thank you, Superintendent, for always being available by email or a phone call when there's something going on in the parks. And then I want to say that the Dollfield bathroom, of course, you may know, had arson. There was arson. That's been closed for quite some time. It's a heavy utilized park in the D4. There's a playground there. So I don't know when we can get that bathroom operational. If you have information to share, that'd be great. We can chat offline so as not to take up more time. And I do want to say for the record that, the issues, the Wedgwood Pocket Park needs to be constructed. It was supposed to, we were hoping it would start fall of this year. I understand it's going to be the beginning of next year. I just want to make sure there are no delays because the neighborhood has been eagerly awaiting the opening of that park, of that pocket park. And then I'll say the public safety issues, of course, Superintendent, this is top of mind for me at Magnuson Park and Cowan Park where folks have gotten, shot, killed, and kids have been harmed and injured at both of those locations, and just really appreciate the mayor's office, Natalie Walton Anderson, and Deputy Mayor Jessen Farrell, and yourself, and all the city departments who have come together, and Chief Barnes, obviously, for this summer activation plan at all the parks, in particular Magnuson Park and Gasworks Park in our district, where we've been seeing a lot of activity. I would advocate for continuing of that activation because we're seeing more public safety issues continue throughout the year. I know summer it kicks up, but we are seeing issues throughout the year. And how do we make sure that our parks are safe so people can go enjoy the parks without having to deal with these public safety issues, and then of course at night. So I know those are ongoing conversations, but I just want to lift them up because this is something that I know my constituents care very deeply about. I do appreciate the efforts. I do think it didn't eliminate the problem entirely, but it helped quite significantly. And so I would want to make sure that these efforts continue. And again, I know it's not just you all. SPD is also involved, and I very much appreciate Chief Barnes and his folks at North Precinct, at least on my neck of the woods, for that. So look forward to the continuing conversation as part of this budget. What are the efforts around public safety at the parks that we can see into 2026. So you can put that as part of the spreadsheet. And for the viewing public, we have questions we enter into a spreadsheet for departments to write to us responses to. So if you hear spreadsheet or SharePoint, that's what that means. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. AP, anything that you'd like to share?
No, just thank you, Councilmember Rivera, and we'll be, reporting back specifically and keeping those things on track. And I just quickly will say that thank you for acknowledging the SPU employees. They are now Parks employees, but they are wonderful City of Seattle employees, and so their lanyard may have changed in name, but we've welcomed them and really appreciate their hard work. And if any of you want to see 10 brand new murals that are graffiti abatement projects, we just unveiled them this morning, right before this hearing with the mayor on Campus Way near the UW, a partnership with 10 Mexican artists, a wonderful mural about immigration and welcoming spaces in the city of Seattle, and some amazing, beautiful murals at one of the largest projects we've seen. And so it's part of the mayor's team, the councilate, and many local Mexican artists. So thank you for recognizing those efforts.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I call on Councilmember Hollingsworth, I do have comments. We have about 7 minutes until 1:30. I will do my best to just read my questions and just make my statements. I want to thank you, Superintendent Diaz, specifically for how you approach budgeting and park replacement, renovation, etc. I have seen a new sense of urgency as well as creativity. I just look at Soundview Playfield as an example. It was gerrymandered out of my district into District 5, but my district is still across the street. So with that, I see that continually occurring throughout even this budget, of where you are not being static and saying we made a decision 4 or 5 years ago and we cannot be flexible in how we move forward. I say that because your budget is so heavily dictated by a 6-year spending plan that is adopted by the Metropolitan Parks District. We were having the conversation yesterday simply about our endorsed budget being different than the proposed budget in the second year, the use of supplemental budgets, because the only thing in life that is constant is the constant change. And if we get stuck in these 2-year cycles or in 6-year cycles without being creative, we're actually doing greater harm than good. I have seen under your leadership as well a greater attention and understanding of how we as district council members approach our work. And I've found that the Parks Department has been responsive to that. I can say very clearly I have seen other departments as large as yours not be responsive in that way. And so I'm not here to put others down at the moment. I am simply saying it is not something that every department is doing, and I am seeing your department doing it, and I'm so grateful. Because you're not putting any neighborhood above any other neighborhood. You're not misappropriating your improvements. You are simply saying, I hear what the council member, everyday Seattleites are directing their attention at district council members, and we are sharing that information with you, and you are being receptive. You still say no, and that's okay, right? I just appreciate so much that you are responsive to us as district council members rather than just saying no. I also noticed you've got Alex Vaughn here. When you first introduced me to Alex Vaughn, I thought you were referring to the semi-pro paddleboarder that is here from Seattle, but maybe we'll get you out on the water sometime. I want to, Director Noble, I've got a question for you. I see in the 6-year funding look back that there's a depreciation of about $3.9 million from the Seattle Conservation Corps, but I do see in the proposed budget that we still have $6.4 million. Just want to know what's going on. Maybe I'll just ask both of you, what's going on with Seattle Conservation Corps? Are we doubled it in the last Metropolitan Parks District funding cycle. Is that all still going ahead as planned? I see that we might have lost 1 FTE or 0.5 FTE.
I don't know the details you're referring to, so I'm going to lean on these folks and otherwise get back to you.
Councilmember Budget Director Amy Williams is telling me, and I believe there is no changes in our Conservation Corps staffing.
I'll follow up. It might just be, as you're noticing, I'm reading the details.
Yeah, okay.
Checking, so what I heard from you regarding environmental learning or environmental education programs, that there are 9 FTE positions and that 7.5 are being hired. Does that mean that there is 1.5 that we are not filling at this time?
It's the reverse. It's 9 positions and 7.35 FTE is just the 7.35 FTE is equal to the 9 positions.
We have 9.
Some of them are partial.
We have 9 humans.
9 humans.
9 humans who have lives and families and in all of that. So we have 9 humans and 7.5 FTE.
Yeah, 7.3. It equals 7.35 FTE. But
Thank you. So they're all filled.
No one's leaving is what he's asking, right?
we're restoring those positions.
Yes.
So.
And I will ask you to speak directly into the microphone. We love that you're at the committee table, but if people can't hear you, it doesn't do much good. And I've heard anecdotally that some of those employees have gone to Red Barn Ranch. If folks want to come back to this program, I assume that there's the flexibility to do that.
We're working on all of that. The good news is that, as you mentioned, the positions are staying.
Right.
And because of this damage to Discovery Park and then another closed center, we're looking at where to best use them to continue the programming. So there is flexibility in their approach, but they will all be supporting environmental learning.
Fantastic. And I know that you addressed this in your presentation. I'm just going to highlight it because I know I've got D6 residents watching my comments, which is the Discovery Park Visitor Center suffered a flood. The electrical system completely needs to be replaced, among other things. And so rather than just doing a simple replacement, you are taking a larger look at how can we make this more climate resilient building, which will take a longer period of time.
That's correct.
So we are taking a little bit longer period to reopen the building, and it will reopen in a net positive condition than when it closed due to the flood. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Thank you. Regarding Green Lake Community Center, thank you so much for that additional funding. I will never say I told anyone so, but when we passed the MPD, I said the amount of money, we were going to need about $15 million more. Turns out we did. Just want to confirm with you here that this additional investment will unphase the project.
It'll allow the phasing, yes, it'll allow the phasing to go as one. So not unphase it, yes, I see what you're saying. Yes, that's why we're doing this. It's on her phone. Yes, sir.
We will have one single phase. Thank you. South Lake Union Park, I'm going to follow up. Don't need to answer this now. Just want to focus on the maintenance and the renovations ahead of FIFA World Cup. So I'll follow up there. Also want to follow up with you and Andy Sheffer about the Inner Bay Field. I know I'm really going into District 7 right now. Inner Bay Field is the only football-specific field in our city. So when we are looking at, USL2, when they play in other places, they've got American football lines on their fields. But I'm struggling a little bit with us not leveraging this in a better way. I think that might... So I want to check in with you and Andy about how we can better leverage the fact that I know we can't do much with it for FIFA because of the turfing, but still we've got the correct lines there. So I want to work with you on that. Woodland Park, thank you for preserving the bike jumps. I never even had to call you. I was very exercised about the potential for those bike jumps going away. So thank you for solving the problem before I even had to call Superintendent Diaz.
That's the goal.
Making it happen. Dog parks, just want to note that in my district, there is one of the densest areas of the district is Ballard, Fremont area. Woodland Park and Golden Gardens Park are the only 2 dog parks in the area, and they are pretty much only accessible by car. And so what we're finding is a lot of our Gilman Park, Ballard Community Center, those are being used as de facto off-leash dog parks, and it's creating some really bad challenges. So I'd like to come back and work with you to see if, I know that we've got additional dog parks in West Seattle, South Park, Othello, Georgetown, and are they all in District 1? I'm teasing. But I want to come back to you about additional dog parks because we are not identifying the density with access that does not require a car, and it's creating externalities. In Golden Gardens, I know that you're doing your best to address the noise, the late night amplify. Colleagues, I don't know if your districts are having this problem, but we got a group of people driving cars with like huge speakers on the back. You could hear the music from a mile away. Thank you for what you're doing. We're working with the police department as well. Request to you today if we can better secure the boat ramp parking lots and just make sure that the gates are locked every night.
Yes.
With that, thank you for everything that you're doing. When's Christopher Williams' last day?
He'll be leaving October 9th.
October 9th.
10th.
October 9th is Christopher Williams Day here in the city of Seattle. Thank you to the Seattle Parks and Recreation Department for everything you do. I'm going to turn it over to Joy Hollingsworth. And I just spoke for a very long time. Thank you.
You're good. Thank you, Councilmember Daniel Strauss. I appreciate it. I don't have anything else to say. You said it best, and I will connect with Parks on my other questions. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Any final comments,
I just want to say thank you so much. I'm just on the precipice of my 3rd year anniversary with the City of Seattle and having this amazing portfolio. And in this time, all of you have been so welcoming to me, supportive of the work that we're doing. Thank you for your comments. It's my goal to be responsive to you and supportive of you. I can honestly say I think I have relationships with each one of you, and we communicate often, and I'm here to serve you. My department is here to serve you. I have one of the best departments in the city of Seattle. I want to welcome Councilmember Juarez back, who's been a great...
I see you, AP.
I see you. Hi, alive and 5.
D5, that's what I'm talking about.
D5 alive. But in all seriousness, really enjoy the working relationship we have. I think we have a very strong relationship between the executive and the legislative. And lastly, I'm just going to tell you, we're doing amazing things in parks. We couldn't do this without the amazing staff and the hard workers, the people that are there in the morning before any of us are awake, the people that are there at night while we are sleeping. They work in the cold, the rain, the sometimes snow in Seattle, and all conditions, and we couldn't do what we would do without them. And lastly, I'm really excited. We're going to be demonstrating and showing to you a new park system that's focused on environmental stewardship, resilience, being part of the climate change and adaptation. We've been invited to be part of the One Seattle climate plan that Director Caulfield talked about, and we're hiring a new environmental stewardship director, but our parks in Washington must be part of the local solution to what we are seeing, and I know a lot of you hold that to heart, and to me, I believe our park systems are well positioned to do that, and we'll be leaning into that with you in the years to come. So thank you very, very much for your time today.
Thank you, Superintendent. With that, that brings us to the end of the morning session agenda. Colleagues, it is 1:35 p.m. We're scheduled to start at 2. We can amend that return time to 2:15 or 2:30. Just recognizing that that means that we can't talk so much when we talk to SDOT.
Thank you.
Does anyone have
to amend the start time of no?
No, I'm just looking for feedback. I don't need motions. 2:30 thumbs up or
2:15.
2:15.
It's Friday.
I'm seeing more 2:30s. So now I have to say, as long as there's unanimous consent, we are going to adjourn until 2:30. Are there any objections?
Thank God. Lord.
I know, DJ. I know.
Damn, I got to talk about dog parks one more time? Okay.
You've got a big dog park. And
gotta eat, man.
Seeing no objection, we will return at 2:30. Thank you, colleagues.
Thank you.